Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Alright, welcome guys. How are you tonight? I apologize. I was over on Flow Stage channel. He just debated based Oracle. And dude, that guy got fucking filleted. I'm going to be honest with you. A shellacking doesn't quite cover it. It was a great debate prompt, though. I really like the debate prompt. However, based Oracle cannot debate. He needs to stop it. We need to have an intervention. Someone needs to go to that man and say, you can't debate, Flo, or pardon me. Flo did well. You can't debate, BO. Stick to healthcare streams and bitching about other people on the internet. Because you can't debate for fucking A, sure. Not one argument made in the entire hour of his nonsense. Not one argument. There was fallaciousness. There were fallacious arguments. There was claims that were, not logical. Motherfucker needs to stop. Somebody needs to go to that man and tell him to shut the fuck up. Don't try and debate because you suck at it. So, yeah. Anyway, guys, yes, I am normally scheduled to be on right now. I am actually supposed to have the great Rob Noerr on live. Rob is ill. So we're going to have Jake Var from VO Pod. And we'll see. I think he should be in at any time. I will send him a message. I'm ready when you are, sir. Yeah, Damien, I don't know, man. Look, here's the thing. We all know it's not that I have anything against based Oracle, right? Like I don't hate the guy. I don't dislike the guy. I don't really give a shit one way or the other. He's got to quit trying to debate people. He sucks at it. He thinks he's good at it. For some reason, he thinks he sits there in his hat all pulled down. He sits there with that cock block of a mic up there, looks like he's sucking a dick. And he sits there like that, and kind of this like detachedness, which I think he thinks is cool. But then he says literally the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Literally, like absolutely stupid as fuck. And I think Flo right now is Flo is unhappy that he decided to do that. Yeah, that's cool. That is cool, Nick. It's my normal station. Oh, Flo's debating, if you can call it that, based Oracle. Based Oracle is terrible at debating. Like somebody should tell that guy. He doesn't trust me. He doesn't like me, and I don't particularly care for him. But somebody, a friend of his, needs to tell him, sir, you're not a debater. He ought to go on like verbal combat a few times and get his dick knocked in the dirt, and then maybe he'd get the hint that he sucks at this. So, but yeah, it was pretty terrible. Overall, I think it was just terrible. There's just nothing else. Yeah, I don't know that it's going to be a big crowd tonight. It's probably going to be pretty chill. Is the debate happening over on Glenn's? I was looking for it. I don't see it. Why is it not popping up on the YouTube search? That's gay. Why is it not doing that? Let's go there. Oh, there it is. They're live. They're live. We're in the beginning of it, I guess. I see Glenn. All right. We're on the intermission part of it. Yeah. Hey, BIY, good to see you out there. Good to see everybody. Let's see who we got in here tonight. Let's see what we got here. K2, keep on trucking, was first again. That man is on top of it. Mr. Boulay was next up. Damien, good to see you in here, sir. TVT is in the house. Nick is holding it down. Siege D, good to see you, sir. All right, we got some people up in the house tonight. Look, I get it. You know, it should be. Hopefully, it'll be a good debate over on over at Glenn's. And I think, pretty sure that Michelle is actually doing the moderating tonight. Not 100%, but I'm pretty sure. So that'll be cool. Hopefully it all goes off pretty good. At the end of the day, it's one of those things that's it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting because I don't think Alex is I don't know that he's a good debater either, but maybe he is. I don't know. I'd like to talk to him. He was actually supposed to come on the show, and we're going to have him on at some point. We'll have Alex from Playing with Fire on at some point, but he was supposed to come on, and but he just hasn't made it. So I think Glenn's in his hero reel right now. Well, maybe that's actually him talking. Maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, I gotta give Jake the link. I forgot to give him the link, so we'll give him the link. He'll jump on, and then we'll talk some shit tonight, guys. I don't know what else we're gonna do, but because I had a whole different show planned around Rob Noerr, and Rob Noerr is very sick. He is very, very ill. His entire family's been sick all week. He did warn me early in the week that it may be beyond his control. He may not be able to make it. He did the right thing this morning, sent me a message and said that he sent me a message this morning and said that he had whatever his wife and children had, he had it too, and he's been coughing for the last 2 days, and he can't barely talk. That doesn't make a good show. We'll just do. We just pivot. We just pivot a little bit.
Holy
now
shit,
we got the
I can't
great
hear you.
Jake Varr in the house.
Hold on, Grid. I don't think I can hear you right now.
I can hear you.
Hold on. I can't hear you at all, actually.
So go down where it says mute.
Hold on.
And
yeah, I can't hear you, Grid, at all, bro.
I'm typing. Hang on, give me a second.
I don't know if it's on my end or your end. Let's go to the settings.
I'm on it, buddy. I'm on it. I got you, bro. Got you. I know. He's almost back to being a cool-looking dude. Tech problems, guys. Everybody has them.
Hold on. Checking this out. Where's the headphones at? Test speaker.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, here it is. Hold on, Grid.
You got me? Testing. 1, 2,
Got it.
3,
Got it.
4, 5, 6. All right.
Got it. We got it.
Jake,
good.
what is
good.
up, my man? What is up, sir?
No, chilling, man. Chilling, dude. Fucking yeah, just been hanging out. I was in I saw Jake Rattlesnake's stream. He did a breakdown of the Alex Playing with Fire
Yeah.
debate. I thought that was interesting.
Dude, you just missed out though, bro.
Why?
Before we go on with Jake, the Rattlesnake.
Yeah.
Bro. Flow State just debated based Oracle.
What? He did?
Yeah.
Today or what?
Right now. It's still going.
What was the subject?
Well, I mean, they're wrapping up right now. It's do the rich have a fair share?
Okay.
Which is a stupid ass title anyway, but
yeah.
based Oracle cannot debate. Like
I'm sure
he cannot debate. Like he has like no framework. He doesn't understand fallacy. He doesn't understand putting forth an argument. He doesn't understand any of it. He's just like, well, the rich should pay more because I have this letter from the White House that said the billionaires are only paying 8.5% of their net worth or some shit. Okay. And I'm like, well, that's irrelevant. That's from the fucking White House. Who cares? That's an appeal to an authority. That's not the authority. You dumb motherfucker. But Flow State rightfully pulls up an IRS document that shows that, you know, people who make over 540K, which are the top 1% in the country, pay 40% of the
all taxes, right?
Of all taxes, right? Yeah. So people that make over $200,000 a year, the rich, pay almost 90% of the taxes.
Yeah.
So how's that not fucking fair, bro? And he's talking about, it's a percentage of how much you earn. It's a hot, you know, so, and it's like literally I pay 40. Look, when my wife has a W-2 right now, this is not when we have a business. It's different when we have a business, but right now my wife gets a W-2 because she works in corporate America. Right. Corporate America, you get a W-2 and every single dollar you make is tracked. So we paid 40% in income tax.
Damn, dude, 40%. That's fucking high.
I paid, shit you not, over $250,000 American in taxes.
Yeah.
But the real travesty is that they kept more than $250,000. They owed me $98,000 from last year.
Right.
$98,000, bro. You gonna just let somebody hold a 98 grand for 100 grand for you?
No, of course not.
You got any friends that good?
No.
You know anybody that you would trust that
not
much?
At all, other than the fucking IRS, Scrit.
The IRS doesn't. They're not your friend, bro. They got guns.
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
Straight up jacking you, bro. Give me that money, bro.
Yeah,
you got
exactly.
no choice. You got no choice.
So wait, what was Oracle's argument here? That
he's basically
the rich should pay more, or what?
Yeah. That the middle class, which he would not, which he tried to define between $40,000 and $100,000 a year, that the middle class were paying a higher percentage of their earnings than the wealthy, who, even though they're paying, you know, above $500,000, are paying 40% in taxes. That because rich people have access to lawyers, and well, he actually started off with a very fallacious argument. I'll pick this shit apart. You guys want me to pick this apart? I'll pick this apart.
Actually, you should, if you have it, bro. I'd like to.
Well, I don't. I mean, it's still live, so I can't download it or anything. But I can't go back to the beginning or anything. But so here's the thing. So one of the first arguments that he made, which was a bad argument, and Flo should have killed him on this so many times. Base is so fortunate that he's not dealing with somebody that enjoys actual blood sport debate and just goes for the kill every time. Instead, he's dealing with Flow State, who's just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna make fun of you for some more. And he did. He absolutely made fun of him.
And Grid, might I add, both Flow State and Base Oracle both just pretty much dislike you, bro. By the way.
Oh no,
They've
Flow
made
State and I are
videos
cool, bro.
about your ass.
No, Flow State and I are bros, man.
Okay, you and Flow State are cool.
Yeah, we're cool.
Okay, all right. Just
Based Oracle and I could be cool if he had a brain cell. Just one.
Yeah.
I just need to sign a life, bro. Just
Yeah.
need to sign a life. So here's the thing. So Based Oracle, first of all, Flow State asked him 4 times to define what a fair share is.
A fair share.
Couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And then, so every time Based Oracle would launch into this diatribe of how he's talking about the equality of earnings or outcome, so basically outcome based, right?
He's
like everybody. So the rich, okay, it's okay that if I make $550,000, $700,000, $1 million, whatever it is a year, as long as I only actually keep, I guess, 100,000 of it, so that I'm even with everybody else. We all have the same buying power.
Yeah, but
yeah, right.
But then what's the point of working hard?
He didn't
enough
actually
to
say
even
that, but that's the effect of what he's saying, right?
Right.
Is that so? And so he started out saying that the rich have advantages over the poor because the poor can't afford attorneys and accountants to take advantage of tax loopholes. I'm like, so Flo rightly said, well, the poor don't pay fucking taxes anyway. They get refunds.
Yeah,
they actually take money from the system. It's a net benefit for actual poor. And then quickly pivots, moves the goalpost, and says, well, I'm talking about the middle class. The middle class don't get a fair shake because all of these people that make between $40,000 and $100,000 a year, well, they can't afford accountants and lawyers. And he comes back to this all the time, that because you were too stupid, apparently, because you don't make enough money, you're too stupid to go down to H&R Block to have your taxes done, take advantage of all the take advantage of all those things, that somehow, because you don't make $300,000 a year, you're too stupid to go down and take advantage of tax services, which obviously is fucking nuts. But that's his claim, is that the middle class are too stupid to keep more of their money like rich people do. But the best stupid thing he said is he was like, well, the rich take advantage of capital gains. And I'm like, how the fuck does that work? And he thought actually capital gains was like, I made money if I sell real estate. I'm like, no, fucker. To qualify for capital gains, I have to live in that property. Then to avoid capital gains, I have to literally live in the property. I have to sell it. And within 11 months, I have to buy another property.
Oh, okay. So this has to do with the real estate subject.
Yeah, it's a 1031 exchange. He
Yeah,
doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
That's what I was going to say. Like, he has no idea about the real estate market of how to get those capital gains, right? Grid?
Right. And I'm like, this is like, yeah, I really want, like there's really a gain there, right? Like I put money in my pocket because I sold this house, and then I have to immediately reinvest all of the money, because if I don't, I'm taxed at something like 50%. I forget what the exact tax rate is because I fucking avoid capital gains as much as possible. But it was literally the dumbest argument that I've ever heard made.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't. Like somebody and his like he was like, well, I've got this paper from the White House. Well, that's a fallacious. All right, why even introduce that? Like that is not helping you. Like if you're going to introduce a fact, right? If you're going to try and introduce fact, which is an appeal to authority, right?
Right.
It better be the fucking authority.
And I was going to say, it's the White House is not the actual authority. It would be the IRS.
Right. Yeah, it was a press
release.
It was a fucking press release.
Yeah.
Does free TurboTax online still exist? I don't know, bro. I never used TurboTax. I probably should have. Probably would have saved me some money back in the day.
I've heard some good things about them. Yeah.
But dude, I like it's fucking nuts, man. Like I was literally about to lose my fucking mind. This guy was driving me crazy. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. By the way, is that on Flow State's channel?
It's on Flow State's channel, right? Or it's on his Powder Dusty channel. Hang on, let me I'll throw out the link.
Yeah, throw out the link. I
That
wouldn't
way you
mind checking
guys
that
can
out.
go watch this. I encourage everyone, if you actually want to like fucking laugh your nuts off, especially if he leaves the chat in, just read my comments in chat, dude. It's fucking lit.
Yeah.
But somebody has to tell Flow State, or not Flow State. Somebody has to tell Based Oracle to just stop debating. Pick another line, bro.
I forgot about that guy, to be honest. Like, I forgot he existed.
I kind of forgot he existed too. And he was on a panel debate the other night. And as soon as I logged in, I actually logged in. I realized he was there as I was logging into the panel.
Mm-hmm.
When I got on panel, by the time they let me up, he was gone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But, well,
nobody wants, they're honestly, you probably remember. I used to not debate, right? Like I was like, hey, come over, we'll have conversation, all that kind of thing. And still that's the rule here on this channel, right? Like this is not a debate channel. We don't do business here. This is a Continental. Everybody's welcome. Just mind your manners. Everybody, it's all cool. Everybody but
right.
Jack, not welcome. Fuck
By the
that
way,
guy.
remind me to tell you about that guy because he messaged me today about being on Jake Rattlesnake's.
Dude, he got banned 6 times on Jake Rattlesnake.
Okay, so
they banned 6 of his accounts.
6 of his accounts. Okay, so
at least.
All right. So Grid, here's the thing about Jake Rattlesnake. I was in the chat. Dano, who's he's a wrench for Jake Rattlesnake. And I was there. They mentioned Sarah. They mentioned a couple other people that he was reacting to the debate that he had with Alex. And I guess I saw a message from Jack saying, Jake, why are you supporting a channel that supports Sarah? And then he starts talking shit about Sarah. It gets deleted right away, but I quickly saw that, and that's all my thing was. Well, he does message me privately, and he states, hey man, I thought you weren't a supporter of Sarah. I don't know what he was saying. She has 2,000 bodies plus, and you're a guy that is smarter than that. I don't know what the hell I didn't reply to him on that. I was just like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't watch Sarah's channel all the time unless there's somebody on there or I catch it, frequently, whatever the case is. But it's the same thing with anything else. Yeah, dude, like he was basically saying that he thought I was the guy that is against Grid One or Glenn Lawrence or Jake. I don't know what the hell his thought process is, but my argument to him would be, Jack, you literally repost Andrew Wilson's content all the time. You repost Sarah's content all the fucking time. If there's any big supporter of Sarah or Andrew Wilson, it would be your ass for fucking promoting them every single time on your channel that gets thousands of views.
I literally report every single video that pops into my feed from his channel because it's not his content.
It's not his content. Yeah. It's not. Yeah, dude. But the thing is, I would make the argument he's a bigger supporter of Andrew Wilson and Sarah.
Yeah,
like,
he knows. He knows. That dude deserves to be promoted to a chalk outline.
Well, I'm not going to say anything like that. I don't know the guy personally, but I saw Beaten Cheeks gets quite a bit of messages from him, as well as I do. I'm sure you do too, Grid.
Yep.
But yeah, like I feel, I hope, I don't know what it goes.
I don't anymore. I blocked his ass. See, the thing is if he's on a panel I popped on a panel the other night and I'm debating this guy, or I'm actually just beating him about the head with knowledge. Yeah. But if I'm debating, or if I'm on a panel, I literally, the first thing I do, the minute he pops up, I just hit block on the panel. So I can't see shit he says. And then he can just talk all the fuck he wants. I don't give a shit. Fuck that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think even Jake Rattlesnake's moderators knew who the fuck this guy was, and they were erasing his shit, including 6. You said 6 different accounts.
He had 6
And blocked
different
it.
accounts. Well, so I had somebody come and tell me that they're like, well, one person sent me a screenshot of where Jack was talking shit, and I'm
Okay.
like, whatever. That dude's
But
a fucking lunatic.
by the way, Grid, did you see that he spammed my Discord with your name and Glenn's and
Yeah,
all
I
you
saw that.
guys,
And
CP
the keto
guys?
stuff and all that kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw
Yeah.
that.
All right. Just
I
just
answered
FYI.
that.
Yeah.
He won't. The thing is, though. The thing is, this guy's. The problem is that at some point Andrew's going to lose his sense of humor, and when that happens, when Andrew loses his sense of humor over this, and goes and lets Mr. E off the chain, and they go and they go after Jack legally.
Oh, yeah, for copyrights maybe?
All the copyright stuff, all of the attacks. I mean, every time, I don't know. Look, why would you do this online? Like, this is the dumbest thing ever. To pop into a chat that you cannot erase, you cannot edit it,
Right.
and say shit about people is stupid.
Yeah.
Because Andrew will literally, I mean, and I can't believe Andrew's being such a good guy about it, to be honest with you.
I'm surprised he hasn't even took legal action at this point because, dude,
right.
Yeah, Jack puts very old content of Andrew Wilson. I don't know where the fuck he finds it. I assume it's because he bought
some of Andrew's content is still on YouTube by itself.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, the dude's a loser. I did everything I could to help him out. I literally told him at one point, I said, look, you need to go offline. You need to get out of this. You need to get offline. You need to get out of this habit of coming on every fucking day for hours and hours all day long. Go get a job, get your money right, get your life right, take care of your kid, take care of your family. I said, it's gonna do nothing but help you, bro.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I should do that, and he hemmed and hawed around about it, but at the end of the day, he didn't do it.
Right.
So,
and dude, I like the kid because he messages me a lot. He messaged me things where he talked shit one time. He called me something. I don't care. It is what it is. But yeah, I just don't understand his vendetta against Andrew specifically, especially because he reposts his content all the time. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. So John Deadman, Glenn has never said that he is Andrew's producer. What he has said is that at one point in time, and I don't know that he still has time for it, he was one of the people that Andrew paid to do clips.
Oh, he's a clip guy.
Yeah, he was a clip guy. And Andrew's on so many different podcasts. He does so many different things that that at 100%, Andrew needed help. And he can't just have, and the guy that was doing it for him just wasn't living up to expectation. Glenn was doing it, but now Glenn's too busy. Glenn has a lot going on. Now, I'm not going to put his business out in the street, but that dude's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
So I can't tell you who he's working for, but I know a lot of it. And so
yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. No, Glenn's got a lot of really good stuff to look forward to in his life right now. So he's not. Yeah.
No, definitely.
Wait, who's restreaming Andrew? John? Who's restreaming Andrew?
Wait, is he talking about Jack? Is Jack currently restreaming Andrew's debate?
I think he's talking about Glenn. Glenn's not restreaming it.
Well, Glenn's hosting it, so it's on his channel.
Right?
Yeah. He has to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand who's restreaming it, because they're. I mean, obviously, yeah. Glenn's hosting the debate on Glenn's channel.
Yeah.
The Crucible's restreaming.
Yeah. Which is reasonable. They're gonna give like big
I
audience.
don't think, but Alex cannot restream it because Alex just got a 1 week ban.
Yeah, he did. Because of a copyright strike, which, by the way, I heard details on that through a tweet, and Alex was the one that actually texted me saying, "Hey man, could you retweet this?" And I spoke to him a little bit about it. But yeah, apparently Alex got he got demonetized on YouTube, and he tried to fight the demonetization by YouTube, and apparently YouTube went through his old content, like literally old content, and said that this particular video requires a strike, and gave him a strike after he fought the demonetization, bro.
Well, so this is what happens. It's not because you fight it. It's if you escalate it, they take a total look at your YouTube career.
Wow.
And that means if you've had strikes, if you put up videos that were questionable,
right,
or whatever, right? So actually I'm actually, as a matter of fact, I have to find a web guy, and I was actually talking to 13 about this today. I didn't have time to bring it up, but I've got to find a web guy, because I'm going to portage all of my old video, all of it, all 110 episodes plus. All the videos, everything is going to go over to a paywall site like Andrew's done.
Oh, okay.
Because as you get bigger, the reality is that YouTube will start paying more attention to what you're doing.
Right.
And if you do something wrong, what happens with YouTube is you do something wrong. Then all of a sudden people, for some reason, they think that they just look at the one video. No. They look through all of them.
All of it. Yeah.
And if it's ever been flagged, if it's ever been, if you've ever said something, if you've ever said anything that, maybe it was a little off color or borderline YouTube TOS, you can get away with a lot live. And I do. I ride that line. I know I ride the lightning. And so the bigger you get, you'll have something happen like, and Andrew did it because people were Andrew did it because people were reporting his content.
Oh, really?
And then it would take it would always get put back up, but it would take a couple of days, and it's kind of a headache, and he has to deal with it. And he's like, fuck this. So the minute, and he does the same thing with his Discord. So the minute the show is done, it's immediately privated.
Yeah.
It's on YouTube for like 2 hours while they download it to I think they download it to Rumble.
No, his Rumble channel is actually pretty empty from the last time that I saw.
Right, no, but they download it to Rumble because behind the paywall, I think, is powered by Rumble.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to have to do the same thing, because I can't see any other way forward, because at some point I'm going to really piss somebody off.
Yeah. Well, Grid, you already had issues with that with other content creators. So, because I know you jump on other panels and
dude, I go after people hardcore.
There's big disputes on those panels.
Dude, I did something the other night. I hopped on the other night and with Easy, and Easy was like, I think he was already pretty hot, so it may not have just been me, but I came in there and look, I don't know if you've seen me join a panel debate. I usually come in pretty hot, right?
Right.
It's going to go one of two ways. Either I'm going to come in hot because there's something I can target, right? And I just come in hot, both feet, bam, here I am. I'm going to whoop everybody's ass. I either come in like that, or I come in, I sit there very quietly. I just watch, and I see who needs to be taken apart. And it really depends on what the energy of the debate is, right?
Right.
And so, yeah, they were. Alex has been having mic issues for like 2 weeks. VT, he just ordered all new mic shit too, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
he had an issue with his camera before we started that show that I had with him. So because he was like glitching out or something, but
yeah.
So
So at any rate, Siege, I saw you ask. Give me a few minutes, man. No, it's no problem, but just give me a few minutes to keep my head clear. But I just don't. I don't want to risk my channel. I don't want to risk, something I did 6 months ago, getting me in trouble.
Or a year ago, yeah.
Or a year ago, yeah. This time last year when I didn't know any better,
right?
So,
yeah. And I spoke that way to Alex. Alex told me that if his YouTube channel gets taken down completely, that his career isn't going to be able to recover. That's what he stated.
Well, he doesn't want to come back. He's disenchanted with YouTube. So I don't think he needs to be on YouTube anymore. I think, whatever his other business is, I think YouTube's a distraction for Alex.
You think so?
More than anything. Yeah. I don't think he does a lot on YouTube anymore. Most of it's all personal.
Yeah. Well, his videos, like his pre-recorded videos, get pretty good views, enough that I would assume YouTube's giving him a good paycheck. But however, I don't know if it's enough to get his apartment wherever he lives. I don't know where he lives. I don't know if it's Florida. I don't know where it's at, but Alex did tell me that, it could be detrimental to his career, that probably he won't be able to recover if his YouTube channel gets taken down. But I told Alex, I'm like, bro, you're a guy that literally is a self-improvement guy, right? You tell men how to self-improve. Why, to me, it's just like, why bother talking like that? I'm pretty sure you could figure it out, So I'm praying for Alex. I hope he does, I hope it gets cleared out. And 3 strikes and you're out, right? So it's 3 strikes and then YouTube.
Well, it's 3 strikes and then you get like a month or 2 weeks or something like that.
And
then you're on the bubble for like 6 months or 3 months or something like that. And then,
Yeah.
So the thing with Easy is I went in, I didn't think I went after him at all, to be honest with you. But Easy got he got kind of riled up and
by you.
Yeah. And which was weird, and I mean, I don't know. I think he was just stressed. I don't think it was that big a deal, but I mean, it happens. But usually, and look, I tell everybody this, man, if I come in on somebody's panel, it's a debate. In theory, it's a blood sport debate. Don't take anything I say personally.
Right.
I might end up calling you 4 different kinds of motherfucker.
Right. Or the R word.
I call you. I might call you completely regarded. I might call you. I may make fun of your blonde, half-ass black hair. You look like a teenager from the 80s. Like you're fucking confused about what decade you're in. Well, and, I might say some shit like that, but it's not personal, man.
Of course,
I'm just here to win the argument, right?
Sure.
And I don't want people to. I never want anyone to think that I'm going after people to purposefully hurt your feelings. beyond just, maybe to get you off balance on the debate or to get you up in your feels a little bit.
Yeah, it's technique, Grid, right? Like
it's a technique, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and it's part of the show, right?
Yeah, and it's entertaining. Exactly.
Yeah. And so it's just one of those things. And Silvar Ogre says he thinks the 80s skater look is cool.
There you go. Thanks, bro.
Stick with that,
80s skater.
Should stick with that.
I'm a kid that listened to Metallica in the 80s. That's
you're kid at heart. And,
I guess so.
But yeah, no, I mean it. So it's like I went after Mel last night on Sarah's channel.
Who's Mel?
The Furby. Went after the Furby last night.
Oh, the Transformer person.
Yeah, the Transformer.
Yeah. Okay, I remember now.
Yeah, so the Furby was they were talking about it was supposed to be about H1B.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right. And by the time I got there, it had degenerated into CEOs make too much money. And I'm like, well,
okay.
I happen to be that guy. Are you?
Yeah, the CEO.
I don't think I make too much fucking money. I employ people. I am the fact I'm an employer. As a matter of fact, if I decide to shut the fuck down, which I did when I shut my shop down, the year that I shut everything down, 60 people lost their jobs.
Yeah.
You think about that for a minute.
Right. 60 people can, or at least those men cannot afford to feed their families after you decide to shut it down.
Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics donated $10, super chat. For the record. Who said Grid was hot? I don't see it.
Who said Grid was hot?
I came in hot.
Who said Grid was hot? No, he's physically a hot guy. So he came in as a hot dude going in there to debate.
I came in as a hot dude. I'm not leaving as a hot woman. I can tell you that.
Oh my God, Mr. Boulay. I love it.
I'm gonna be I'm going out the same way I came in. I'm telling you right now. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I already did that. But yeah, it was a so the discussion had actually just it become employers make too much money and they should make less profits and pay their employees a more livable wage. To which I said, I've never paid any employee anything but a livable wage.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if you can't live on the wage that I pay you, you probably shouldn't work for me.
Yeah. Well, what is more livable? What does more livable mean? Like you're more.
I fucking don't know, and that's the problem. Is nobody can ever define this stuff. It's like, well, you make too much money. Well, why? Well, you make, you make $400,000 a year, and they make 60. Okay. I also invested $2 million. Did they do that?
And you're also getting taxed more than the one.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So there's a lot of things there. Yeah.
In order to make $400,000, I have to bill $8 million. How is that fair?
Yeah.
How the fuck is that fair?
I think a lot of people just kind of look at the outside perspective of how you live your life, like your cars, your houses, and just assume you're just getting paid unfairly compared to the average individual. And of course,
I mean, dude, I don't drive a Lambo or anything like that. I drive a 2014 Chevy truck. I don't buy cars newer than 5 years old.
Yeah. Yeah. But Grit, even if you decided to do that,
who
cares? Who cares?
Right.
You enjoy the fruits of your labor, right? What is that business to anybody else?
Yeah, Damien's got it right. You make too much money, and I use this too. You don't make enough. Why are you? How am I holding you back from making more money? If you think you can make more money working somewhere else than working for me, then go fucking work there. I encourage you to. As a matter of fact, I'll help you. You're fucking fired. Now go make that money, baby.
I'll help you out. You're fucking fired. Go make that money, motherfucker.
Go. I don't want to hold you back, bro. You are a millionaire in the making. You are a millionaire in the making, motherfucker.
Bro, did you fire Millionaire Bachelor and that's how he became a millionaire after you fired him?
Well, he's unemployed. You can't fire somebody that's unemployed.
Oh man, I like that guy, man. He's a fun character, that's for sure.
I like making fun of him.
Yeah, but he's a character, right? Like, Grid. Like, let's be
honest.
honest.
Watch Sarah's stream where I lit his ass up over and over. And
I
over
did
and
see
over
it,
again.
dude. We reacted to that on stream when fucking Millionaire Bachelor came in again on stream to talk shit to you, bro. And you and him were fucking like arguing. I was just like, holy shit, what's going on here? It was fun, believe you me. It was so entertaining. But I was just like, okay, guys, we gotta chill out a little bit.
In the house. How about that, brother? How about that? I like that guy. Have you had Mike Balls on your show yet?
I have not, but I've seen him on your chat. He says a lot of wild things. Yeah, he seems like a pretty cool dude. I haven't had him on my show though.
Yeah. Motherfucker lost a leg riding a motorcycle, still rides a motorcycle. Now that's a dude with nuts.
Damn.
That's not a dude that is nuts. That's a dude with nuts.
No shit. Shout out to you, Mike Ball. Man.
Yeah, he ain't got much of a leg to stand on, but
at least he has a leg, though. At least he has an extra one.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, it's funny. It is true, though.
Yeah,
it is true.
But by the way, well, go on, Grid. I was going to bring up something else.
No, go ahead. Do the by the way thing.
Oh, well, okay. So by the way, Grid, I saw your stream that when you had Donovan Sharp on. And
oh yeah,
dude, Donovan went fucking off on Imperius. By the way, so he already knows who Imperius is. So I assume there was a stream that you guys had to where Imperius came in, some type of argument. I have no idea.
Yeah. I'll get into that. Let the TTS
Silver
go.
Ogre donated $10 super chat. Donut for the stream, Fuka.
Donut for the stream. Thank you. I appreciate the $10, Silver Ogre. I see what he means. Donut for the stream. I'm sure he means donation for the stream, fucker. Because I said right there, I had this up for Sarah last night. I was on Sarah's stream, and I was like, donate to the stream, fuckers.
Apparently, she has 2,000 plus bodies, according to Jack. But I was just like, "What the hell?"
I mean,
anyways,
if you're not the one fucking her, why do you care?
But dude, there's no way he can even know that for a fact. Like that's just so insane to me. The claim is crazy. Matter. The claim is insane already off the bat. I was just like,
what it could be. She could legit have 5,000, and it wouldn't matter because I'm not fucking her.
Yeah, but you're right. But even then, it's like. I get it. If she had it, what does it matter? I get you there. But I'm like, if that was a fact, yeah, I'd probably be like, holy shit, that's a lot. Probably shouldn't have done that. But outside of that, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, there's no way you can even prove that in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Why are you all up in somebody else's bed? You know what? I live by a simple rule. None of my damn business. That's a simple thing. It's so simple. I don't understand. This is like easy. It's simple. It's easy to remember. Fits in a suitcase. It's great. You know?
Great. You have 2,000 bodies, man. Shame on you.
I mean, I'm no shit. I'm like, damn near triple digits. I might be triple digits.
You might be. Well, you haven't counted though, so you don't know if you're triple digits.
Yeah, I'm estimating, and I'm estimating on that low side because I don't want to be. I mean, I was a degenerate for a while. I mean, I freely admit I was a fucking degenerate.
I will tell you this: I am definitely not in triple digits. Great.
Yeah, no, I was quite a swordsman there for a while. I ain't gonna lie.
Wow. Okay.
So yeah, I actually own a domain name. So when I sponsored a when I was a younger man, I actually sponsored a drift team in 2005, probably 2006. And the the logo for the catch, because the drift cars are all about style and all of that. And we had a body kit on the cars made by a company called Sexy Style.
Mhm.
And so the livery of the car read Industrial Sex and Magic Show.
Industrial Sex and Magic.
The Industrial Sex and Magic Show. And
It's a cool name, man.
I own the website Industrial Sex and Magic.
Nice. I like that name.
I've never done anything with it, but I own it.
Yeah, it's an exotic name. I like the name. It sounds like a Las Vegas show.
Well,
Like,
it's a play on Lucasfilms, right? Star Wars, Industrial Light and Magic.
I don't watch Star Wars. I couldn't tell you, bro.
Yeah. All right.
Not a Star Wars nerd.
Yeah, but yeah. So it's just but I mean, it doesn't unless you were the one fucking her. Why do you care? Like this is something I don't get, and it's something I think that when people get wrapped around the axle about it, initially I'll be like, it's just something to talk about, right? But when people like Jack, right? Like Jack gets all wrapped around the axle about shit.
Sure.
So he's fucked in the head, and he's like, he probably hates women, right? Like legit, like he probably
Dude, he talks mad on Sarah, like really.
Dude, he
bad.
talks mad about every woman's a whore. So anybody that says every woman's a whore, you automatically your opinion's disqualified to me because I'm like, it's not your whore. If it's your woman that's being a whore, then okay, cool. You should be concerned about that.
Yeah.
If it's not your woman, nobody gives a shit. Silver Ogre thought it was a Star Wars porn site. That's fucking funny. That's fucking funny.
I thought it was a Star Wars porn site. Dude, actually, that does sound legit. I'm not gonna lie. Ogre, that sounds pretty legit.
But I mean, come on. I mean, look, if it's not you, right?
Yeah.
If it's not your woman, if it's not your if it has nothing to do with you, why do you care?
Right.
Like it's just thing like it's like, well, that dude cheated on his wife. Are you his wife?
No.
Fuck up.
Yeah.
Why do you care? None of your damn business. Maybe her pussy got super glued shut. You don't know. Could have been a terrible glue accident.
Could have been.
You just don't know.
Yeah.
So why do you care?
For sure, Grid. And the thing is, I don't know why Jack cares so much about Andrew. Like, he talks shit about Andrew recently, but yet he posts his content strictly for his channel to get, grow anyways. But it's kind of like, dude, you're not posting original content. You're reposting other people's content. And I just don't understand the kid. I wish him the best, and I hope he gets better on things. But damn, dude, I just, yeah.
I mean, now if you're putting your business out in the street, right?
Like Destiny.
So actually, tomorrow night, Jake, we're doing the chill stream. The subject line is talking about sex, intimacy, and romanticism degenerate?
Oh, okay. That's a big word, though, to describe that. That's a good question. I don't think I would call it
because when you start talking about, and it's interesting now. My chat's really good about it, but I have been in other chats where you have all of these, like Glenn calls them ortho bros. They're not Orthodox Christians. They're just like zealots, basically.
Zealots.
Zealots.
Okay.
Like purity zealots, right?
Oh, okay. Like an I-Fi, for example, who talks about like being awesome and XYZ.
No, more like, well, if she's not a virgin, she's a whore. If she's had more than 3 bodies, she's a bitch. All women are going to cheat on me. All dudes want is sex. I mean, it goes multiple different ways, but the purity zealots, right?
Yeah.
Like it just can't. They can't have they any talk of sex, love, or romanticism, intimacy, that kind of thing. It just kills them, right?
Yeah.
And it's yeah, like straight edge used to be only like 10 times worse, right? Like you can't even talk about it because it's so wrong.
Yeah.
But is it wrong? I mean, is it degenerate to set, to be like, hey, you know what? Who gives a fuck if she's got 1,000 bodies if you're not fucking her?
Well, you know what? I think I can make an argument for that because I had
No,
a
go
little
with
bit
it,
of
man.
debate.
Make the
Hold
argument.
on. I need to take a piss first though, really quick.
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
While he's away, guys, I want to remind everyone that this show is brought to you by my wallet. My wallet hates being empty. So if you'd like to remedy that situation, please feel free to join in the fun. It's easy. You just click the link, you send some money. Organized insanity. No, we're not talking shit. Not yet. I mean, we might in a minute. I'm talking shit about Mike. I don't see a problem with that. Anybody got so Mikey Balls, thank you for the $9.99, sir. Thank you very much. Hey, Deadman, don't you sweat it, bro. Don't sweat it at all. Stop sweating it, man. You got to calm down, Deadman. You're gonna have a heart attack, bro. $9.99 from Mikey Balls, done 100%. I appreciate that. Don't worry about Spurg in the chat, bro. Totally cool. Totally cool. Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all. Hey, Jake is back. The piss has been broken. Piss break has ended. Whatever. I don't know why they say that.
But okay, so Grid, can you give me the prompt really quick again before I?
All right. So is talking, and specifically on shows like mine, is talking about sex, intimacy, and romanticism degenerate?
Degenerate. Okay. Again, I'm trying to make an argument that it is. Now,
go ahead.
Theoretically, I would say no, but if I were to make the argument, is it degenerate? Holy shit! Hold on. I don't know if I can now. I don't think it relates to what I was about to say. Now that I think about it, because I had a debate with Glenn, where Glenn made the claim that a man that has an issue with body count is just cope, right? Which basically means that any man, and based off his claim, says that a man that has an issue with a woman's body count just means that you can't have sex. That just means like, oh, that guy couldn't even have sex with her in the first place, and that if he did, he couldn't pipe her down good enough to keep her. So therefore, it's cope, right?
Well, I think that's actually cope, but
if that's the case, right?
No. If it's legit, a dude that if a guy if you're claiming that it's cope, that a guy only cares about a body count because he cannot pipe her down, or he cannot pipe her down well enough, that in and of itself is cope.
Could be cope. Yeah, I totally agree.
No,
with that.
No. Could not could be. If you make that claim, it is cope.
Is cope. Okay, fair enough. Now, my argument towards Glenn was, wait a second. I don't think that's the vast majority of men. I don't think that's the average man at all. Mm-hmm. And so my argument is that when you look at men that go into these profiles, and Glenn was saying, well, a lot of these dudes will talk shit on these women, call them whores, etc. But these are the same guys that are buying their OnlyFans, right? That's his claim. Now, based off of what I've seen, especially when it comes to social media, the vast majority of men that are on Instagram, they're not necessarily talking shit to these women. They're actually validating these women, calling them beautiful, saying that you're hot, saying heart emojis, etc. That's what I see as the vast majority of men doing this. Yeah, so that would be my argument. Now, when Glenn during the debate, he mentioned that a lot of these OnlyFans girls, when they go onto Fresh and Fit and whatever podcast, they see a spike in subscribers in their OnlyFans, which makes sense. Now, he wants to make the claim that the ones that are subscribing to their OnlyFans are the same guys that are talking shit and telling them that they're whores, right? Now, my argument would be,
Yeah, I've heard that argument.
I've heard it too. I've heard it plenty of times. Now, the problem with that argument is that now the men that are calling them whores, etc., there's no actual proof, because if you look at the average of the viewership that's there, from anything from 10,000 all the way to 20,000 people that are watching, from Fresh and Fit to even whatever podcast, there's no proof that the ones that are subscribing are the ones talking shit. It could be that the ones talking shit are actually just saying the truth, that they're on OnlyFans. By definition, they're prostitutes. Therefore, they would be whores, right? So they're not actually stating anything that's dishonest. But the ones that aren't making the comments could be that they're the ones subscribing to those OnlyFans. Now, I don't know for sure, but when Glenn makes the claim
and I get all of that, but that doesn't really have anything to do with, is it degenerate
to talk
to
about
have actual discussion about sex, intimacy, romanticism, to talk about women in a positive manner?
Oh,
John Deadman, thanks for becoming a member. Vengeful Truther, thank you for gifting the membership. Good on you, buddy.
Hell yeah, Vengeful Truther.
Yeah,
thank you,
awesome,
Nick.
dude. Thank you very much. So here's the thing. So first of all, let me address those arguments, because I've heard them. They're tired. They're repetitive. The problem is this. First of all, you're assuming a lot of things, and you shouldn't assume anything. We can't know what a man's motivation is for talking to a woman. Most of the time, he doesn't understand his motivation beyond, that's a hot bitch, I don't want to talk to her. Okay? Right. And I'm being a little crude here for comedy's sake, but let's just be honest, right?
Right.
But on the other side of that, it's a massive amount of cope to say you're only mad because you can't sleep with her or you can't pipe her down well enough. That's sure. Cope in and of itself. You don't know that. You can't know that. There's just no way, right?
Yeah.
On the other side of the argument, and just to continue to round this out and go back to the other side of the argument, if we want to talk about a purity standard, sure. Men have a purity preference, but that's what it is. It's a preference. It's not a rule. It's not hard and fast. That doesn't mean that, who can I pick on here? That doesn't mean that John's married. It doesn't mean that some swinging dick in the chat couldn't meet a hot ass woman with 40 bodies on her, fall madly in love, and be married for 50 years.
Sure.
Right. It just doesn't now because all we can really talk about is it's a lower percentage because of pair bonding.
Yeah.
And this myth of alpha widowing, right? Like I honestly believe that's a myth.
What's your take on that?
It's a myth. I've looked into it many, many times. I don't believe in it. There's nothing that you can point to. There's no study that says this is what it is.
Right.
We tested the pussy juice on 20 women, and they were way wetter with this dude and not with any of these other dudes. So obviously they're alpha widow. I mean, we don't know. I mean, you're putting a hard and fast rule in on things that you cannot know, that have too many variables. I mean, honestly, if this was such a great fucking science, we wouldn't be talking about it. People would just be out fucking doing it.
Right.
So I'm good with that, man.
Yeah.
So I guess I just have to kind of, I wanted to put those figuratively to bed, because it really doesn't have anything to do with the subject that I'm kind of addressing. But people what I call that's a red herring that pulls you down a rabbit hole away from the actual argument, which is, do men care about body count? The answer is yes, they do.
Yeah.
They absolutely do. Now, how
Legitimate.
much depends on the man, right? Like
Sure.
because we all have a purity preference, but some men don't give a fuck.
And
Some
some men
men
care more
literally-
than others. Yeah, for sure. But
Yeah.
there's still a purity factor there. Most men would prefer a woman with a lower body count than a woman with a higher body
I don't know
count.
if we can say most. I think there's a subset of men that really care about it. I think there's a larger subset of men that don't give a fuck as long as their dick gets wet.
Prefer. Like,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
preference.
I'm saying honestly, I bet it's a very small subset of men that care honestly that beyond
Sure, but
the vanity of being the first. Once
Yeah.
you're not the first, who fucking cares? Beyond that vanity mark, it doesn't matter if you're first or 10th.
well,
For most men.
Yeah, for sure. But I think a lot of guys would prefer a lower body count than a higher preference wise. I think most of them would, if you gave them the choice, they would pick the lower body count than the higher.
If you went up and asked them and put the
Ask them.
question to them, sure.
Yes,
I'm saying that it's not something that they
think about. Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
It's not a true preference because it's not like they select mates based on that.
But also a lot of men don't care if they know that they're a whore. The average guy. Now there's some guys that want to date strippers because they're just so hot and they have it. But
I dated strippers.
The what?
I dated a stripper.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, okay. But that didn't work out, I'm sure.
Fucking crazy. Don't
Yeah,
ever
it
do
comes
that.
with a lot of baggage.
Don't do that. They are fucking nuts.
Yeah, I've never dated a stripper, but I've heard a lot of stories from men that did. And it's all
the same story. They're fucking
never
nuts.
works out. Yeah, exactly. Never works out, bro. I don't know why they even bother. Even bartenders, like you date a bartender.
Yeah, bartenders are right there with strippers, man.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, but a lot of men don't know that. They'll date the bartender, not thinking that it's in the same category, but more or less it kind of is.
Sure.
But going back to your question, Grid, is talking about sexual experience or these types of things, is it degenerate? I would say no, because I think we're talking about this from an educational point of view, like we've been talking about it. I don't think this is a degenerate conversation, especially because it's based off of like an educational point of view.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll get into that more tomorrow night, but it's who just got? I don't understand the chat. Who just got timed out?
Somebody did.
Somebody got timed out. Who got timed out? Who's throwing bricks at Mr. Boulay? That's not funny.
Siege says, Grid dating one of my single mommies.
Yeah, right. He was not a single mommy though. So all right, look, so and kind of what I go back to is there is this within this purity faction of men that if you were to talk to, if you were to just have, some guy is throwing bricks at Michelle through super chat. He got timed out. Oh yeah, don't do that.
I didn't see that, but
yeah, we're not watching that. I have it up in another window, but I've got it turned down, and I got a lot of shit going on my screen right now. But if I were to like talk about, dating the stripper or something like that,
right?
It's there are people that have like such a purity complex that they'd be like, well, yeah, that's fucking degenerate. Why are we talking about that?
Yeah, that's over exaggerated. I would agree with that. If you're not even able to talk about these conversations, which you see that with some, there was a guy that debated Andrew about going on the Whatever podcast, and he's promoting degeneracy by going on there.
Yeah, that's the right corner.
Is that the guy? You saw that, right?
Dude, I busted that guy's ass on the first debate that they had.
You spoke to him?
I made him look really bad.
Really?
Oh yeah. I made him look horrible. But so it's like, there were mods on my channel that had a problem with Michelle being on.
Oh, because of her lifestyle.
Yeah, because of her lifestyle and talking about her lifestyle. Why would we not talk about it? Right? Siege, you can come on up, man, at least for a few minutes. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if you can't talk about it, if you can't talk about and not talk about it in a demeaning way, right? Like, oh, you've got 30 bodies. What a fucking whore you are, right? It's like, if you can't talk about, oh, that's how you live your life. Okay. I don't agree with that, but you know, you do you, boo. If you can't do that, then you've got a problem. I don't think I put the link in the Discord tonight. So let me slip this to Mr. Well, I'll slip it to Mr. Blay, and he can put it in mod chat, and then it can go where it needs to go.
Mr. Blay.
Wrong button. Wrong. But yeah, so I'm excited for this discussion tomorrow because I think it's going to be lit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think it's going to go like 5 by 5. I think it's going to just thermonuclear warfare is what I think we're looking at here. So because there are and I expect some pushback. What's interesting is that and what I hate is I really dislike it when I have a discussion, right, and I'm like, yeah, like Michelle's talking about her relationship with her boyfriend and her husband or whatever, and then somebody DMs me and says, not really sure that's the right look for your show.
Dude, your show's all about talking to these people, whether they agree or not.
I'm here to cause trouble and hurt feelings. What do you mean it's not my show? What are you talking about? It's exactly my show.
Yeah.
And so but yeah, so it's an interesting subject. But there's a lot of Puritan bros, right? And they will literally call women whores. They call, they give up, I've seen them give women shit in the chat, and that kind of thing. And I just, I think it's going to be an interesting conversation. I don't, again, I got to be honest with you, Jake, and I don't know how you felt about, when you're a single guy, so I don't know how you feel about this now, but when I was a single dude, just your random swinging dick walking down the sidewalk, I endorsed, supported, and enjoyed sluts, tramps, and whores. It just increased my odds of getting laid.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. 100% Grid. But
yeah.
But Grid, now that I'm older, because like obviously when I was in my 20s, I get there. I'm already in my I just hit hitting my early 30s, etc. I'm in my early 30s, and I don't really think of it that way anymore.
Well, you change your mental attitude change.
Well, yeah, I'm in my 30s. I can't afford to just fucking party all the time like I used to do, or hang out with people that do drugs and having a lot of sex, etc. But to me, it's more of like, yeah, I'm kind of past it. I don't get laid as much. I get it. I have, had a girlfriend, etc. for a year or so, and it's nice. But nevertheless, like, yeah, it's not my number one goal to get my dick wet. Not anymore, anyways. So
sure,
it's a bit different now, but I get it. I totally get it, man. With you, Grid, you're married now. So
yeah. Well, I'm married. So and I was 30,
34, right?
33 to 34 when I decided that. Well, I had a really good relationship, and I thought, you know what, it might actually be cool to get married.
And she was how old when you married her? 24? 24. So 10-year difference, right, Grid?
11-year difference.
11. So you were 35 then.
I was 35 when we got married.
35. Okay. Yeah. Damn, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah.
35 and 24-year-old. Damn.
Yeah. And there, and here's the thing. I endorsed, enjoyed, and supported my local sluts, tramps, and whores because they were already those things.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to make new ones. I wanted, the thing is that what we've got is now is we've got this culture that is endorsing every girl being that.
Yes. Yeah.
And dudes are going out of their way to do that. And you've got to, I mean, you've really got to, we'll get into more of this tomorrow night, but you really got to be more good faith than that. Does that make sense? Right? Like it's just wrong to, in my opinion, it's wrong to go out knowing that you have no interest in a relationship whatsoever, knowing that you literally only want to get laid tonight, that you literally have no intention at all beyond getting your dick wet.
Sure.
And then going out and finding super low body count, damn near virgin or virgin. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? I mean, the hell, man.
Well, I mean, I don't think.
It's like I know I'm going to put 100,000 miles on my car this year, so I pick up a Lambo. Right?
Yeah, well, Grid.
What's wrong with you?
You got married at 35, so I think you got married to a woman with a damn near low body count compared to the chicks that you were fucking prior before. So that's kind of like the dream, right?
Yeah.
Where you can live your life.
Unintentional, right? It was unintentional. I didn't mean
but you got that, and I think a lot of men deep down inside wouldn't mind it. Like, we want a girl to take home to mom that isn't a whore, but at the same time, we like, wooing and having sex with these whores.
Sure.
But they don't want to marry them, obviously, right? So I think that's kind of like, there's nothing wrong with that mentality.
That's where it goes so wrong. That's where it goes wrong.
Yeah, because you're having promiscuous sex just like these women. I think that's what damages it. And this is the argument that I had with Alex, where he said, I have no problem with men or women having promiscuous sex all they want. My argument was, I don't think that's a net positive for a society overall. And this has to do with a different argument about
right. So I guess if you really want to get into it, right? Like, if you know that you're not going to be in a relationship, look for other people that have no intention of being in a relationship. Be super careful. Don't knock anybody up, and just be what you need to be. The problem that we actually seem to run into now, the more common problem that we run into is that guys with low self-esteem, guys with that think they have no options.
Sure.
They go out, and an easy girl is easy, right? So they don't really have to try that hard, if they even have to try at all.
Yeah, but a lot of those girls
and
that
then
are very easy grid, they're not attractive girls.
It doesn't matter. So the next thing that happens is this dude thinks he's in love with a girl that has no love left in her whatsoever. Right?
Yeah.
And then that goes sideways, and a lot of times that ruins their fucking worldview on women.
Yeah.
They think all women are whores.
Sure. Yeah. I could see that. I
think it's more common than we like to admit.
Maybe Grid, but I don't know. Like, I guess, like, for me,
we've got so many people now fucking men's heads up. So when I was coming up, and one of the most profound things that I was ever told was that men, more than women, we compartmentalize people.
Men more than women.
Yeah.
Okay.
We especially do it with women.
We do it with women. Okay, gotcha.
When we meet, because we don't want to fix a woman. You've never heard a man going, I can fix her.
No, but you see that on the opposite side.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, women always trying.
Yeah.
Women looking for a project. Men are looking for a fucking beater.
Exactly.
we just want to get to work.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, women looking for a project. We want something that runs and drives. And so, and so men. So and I say that I used to say this more often, but I should say it more. As a rule, men put women into categories, boxes, trees, whatever the fuck you want to say. And that's, the first one is no fucking way. I'm not fucking her with your dick. The only way this woman gets to see my penis is if I am drunk, high on cocaine, and tripping out on mescaline. Like, there's no fucking way this woman's seeing my dick. Right?
Yeah.
Zero chance. So we have no fucking way. And then we have good for now.
Good for now.
Nothing wrong with her. Got a few miles on her, maybe, or maybe that, maybe there's makes a bunch of strange noises once in a while that sound like she's saying shit, but you don't really understand it. Right?
Yeah.
And if she tells you to fuck off, you really don't care.
Yeah. You kind of want to, right? Have your
Yeah,
own.
you kind of want her to. You kind of
want to.
give me a reason. Give me a
off.
reason to leave. but she's good for now. You'll date her.
Right.
You'll date her forever. You'll take her. You're never gonna take her home to meet mom.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Or if you do,
True.
you take, hey mom, this is my friend.
Yeah, just to confirm to mother that this is not going to be your future daughter-in-law. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's a good for now.
So
That's my
true.
good for now, girl. And then you have, marriage material, and that's a woman that you can see, and actually there's a different one in there, and that's the long-term relationship.
Right.
You can have the long-term relationship, and this is a girl that's really kind of close, but not 100%.
But she can graduate to marriage.
She
material,
could graduate, but you can't see it, right? Like you look at her and you're like, man, I love banging her on the couch, but I just can't see walking down that aisle.
Right.
Just can't see it.
Right.
But she can graduate to marriage material. So I usually leave that out because it's so close, but it's not, These are women that you hang out with all the time. You love to go places with. You just, everything is just wonderful, right? Like you get along so good. It's almost like hanging out with a dude with a pussy, right? Like
that's a tranny that you're
right. Like it's almost like hanging out with somebody that you actually want to hang out with.
Yeah.
But it's got and the good for now girls, you don't hang out with them, right? Like they call them up, hey, what are you doing? You know what I'm talking about. I know you've been there. I know Jake is laughing because he has done this exact
because it's so
thing.
relatable. It's so fucking relatable. I'm I know exactly.
We all know those chicks, right?
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about, the long-term relationship material is like a friend. It's like literally like it's like somebody you could talk about other girls to. You'd be like, man, her ass is fucking nice. That is a man. Look at that ass, and she'd be like, "Oh yeah, look, I'd do that." Right?
Still, she's got to be bi grid. She's got to be bi apparently.
And you're like, and so that's your like long-term relationship chick, right? Because there's no reason to get rid of her, right? Yeah. There's really no reason to keep her either, right? So. But and then you got your marriage material, which like checks all the boxes, low miles, one owner.
Yep.
It's got comes with a full upgrade package.
Yeah, not
has all the options you want.
Yeah.
And a reasonable down payment, right?
Sure.
So it's we're right there, right?
Yeah.
And I can relate all this to you have the no fucking ways, or like the projects, the beater cars, the car that has that funky ass smell, when you're test driving it and you're like, the fuck is that? Like,
that comes from the vagina, gentlemen.
yeah, that is
some kind of
it's leaving a trail of stuff everywhere.
Yep.
You like look underneath it, it's dripping already. And that's your I'm gonna kill Jake. I swear. He's gonna choke on his beer.
Bruh.
And like the only way you can even look at this car straight is if you were just drunk out of your fucking head. You're just like, whatever. And then you have, you're good for now girls. Now these are, they got a few miles on them, but they're like on the tote the note clean used car lot, right? That's where you're picking it, that's kind of that's what you're looking at there. And so, and then your long-term relationship or like that's like your late model, low mileage, clean car, no frills, dependable, reliable, drive to work every day, put 100,000 miles on it, hand it off to the next guy.
Damn, that sounds gotcha. But yeah, that sounds gotcha.
And then you have your marriage material. That's like that Ferrari you always wanted, right? You're just like, I don't know if I can afford the sticker, but I'm taking that shit home.
By the way,
I've been writing a check for this one for a long time.
Dude, okay, I got a question for you right now, but real quick. Tiki Tack says that the Andrew Wilson Alex debate became boring. Okay, that's a surprise.
I knew it would.
I thought it would become a little bit more like back and forth because there's
Alex can't debate.
Well, in truth, what actually I'm doing at the moment is I have it. I actually have the debate stream on my phone, so I can be able to mod the chat, and I've been listening to you guys this entire time. This is way more fun.
So therefore, it's boring. Is that what you're saying, Siege?
No, I just want to be here instead. I want to hang out with Grid here. Now, I was hoping I could be able to hang out with Rob and Noerr and Grid, but you know what? You would do. You're fine, Jake. You're fine.
I'm an okay replacement. I'm not Rob Noerr, but you know what? I'll
Yeah, poor Rob, man. He must have been really sick.
Yeah. Rob's a great content creator, by the way, man. I love Rob's debates. He debated Jasmine Jafar. I don't know if you saw that. Did an amazing job on that girl.
Oh, dude, Rob Noerr is the best debater online right now.
You think so over Andrew?
Andrew says he is.
Oh, okay. I would still put Andrew above Noerr, but I think Noerr definitely might be in the top 5 from what I've seen. Definitely 100%. But yeah, Noer's up there, man. And I think he's super underrated. Very underrated debater. But I did discover Noerr because of Andrew. Fair enough. So I might be a little biased.
Deadman makes a good point. She was Miata last night, but this morning she's a VW Bug. Yeah,
yeah.
We've all been there. There.
Grid. Okay, here's the question that I wanted to ask you.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we interrupted.
Well, okay. So here's my question. Especially when it comes to today's day and age, you see a lot more of a higher spike in single motherhood. So you see a lot of girls within their 30s that have 2 kids or 1 kid or 3 kids, whatever the case is. So guys that enter their 30s, once they've actually reached a good stable living to provide for a family, a lot of their options tend to be single moms, bro.
So why would all right, you just answered your own question, but let me help you out here.
Well, this is what I want to ask you.
Okay,
What's your advice to these guys to where is taking on a single mom worth it overall? Doesn't mean they're all whores.
You can take on a single mom.
Mm-hmm.
If you can step into a dad's shoes and you are man enough to do that, that's bad fucking ass.
But
I don't think most men can do it.
I don't think so either, but I don't think it's a man quality. Like, I don't
Fuck
think
yeah, it
a
is.
man is obligated
Fuck
to
yeah, it
take
is.
care of another man's children. Great.
Well, it's not an obligation that it's not an obligation. You decide that you want to do it. That's like me adopting a kid.
Okay, but nevertheless, like, I don't blame a lot of these dudes that say, "Yeah, I mean, I tried dating a single mom, but it just didn't work out. I couldn't
I
get
don't
into
blame
being a
them
stepdad."
because I don't think that I honestly don't think that they're man enough at that moment in their life to do that.
Okay, so a person who's man enough,
Yeah.
you would say, would be capable of raising other men's children.
Do you know how strong? All right. So a lot of people are like, well, that's just being cucked because you're just going to come home every day and look at another
Yeah,
man.
I'm not making that argument.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. But a lot of people would say that. And I would say, do you know how strong a man you have to be to literally walk in every day, look at children that are not your own, and love those kids and take care of them? Because it's not their fucking fault their dad was an asshole.
or maybe the
Or
dad's in the
died.
picture.
Yeah, maybe he died. Maybe the mom at that point in her life was a drugged out bitch and kicked his ass to the curb.
Or
You don't
maybe
know.
Great. Let's say an example that they're co-parenting. So the guy is still in the picture, but they're co-parenting, right? There's like 4 different parents.
That adds a layer. I know people that are doing that.
Yeah.
They're fucking better men than me.
Would you say, okay, so you would say that a man that is gonna be in a relationship with a woman who's co-parenting with the guy, he's not a douchebag or anything like that.
Yeah, if dude's cool and he's not threatened by me, and I'm not, and I've got my balls are big enough, I'm not threatened by him. I would be okay. I don't think I could because I don't know that my balls are that big.
Mm-hmm.
I had a stepdad.
Yes. Yeah. I know that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know that until I was in my teens.
Teens, like 14?
Yeah, like 14, 15.
Wow. Okay.
Because he treated me as his son.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
So I don't buy into that bullshit. That you're taking care of another man's seed,
right,
or any of that. I don't buy into that bullshit.
Great. I'll be honest. Like, my brother, who, by the way, I love and adore, and I fucking admire him 100%.
Yeah. You can
Yeah,
love people and hate their actions. That's fine.
Well, I don't hate his actions, but he married a single mom when I was a kid. Right? He's like, I think he's Andrew's age, but he's older,
Mhm.
and that's what he did.
Mhm.
And he did have a kid with that woman as well, and he had a
Right.
kid outside of her as well. But that's what he did. And then my oldest brother also married a single mom, but he never had kids with her. So
Mhm.
so he only had one kid with her, which wasn't his. So both my brothers that are older than me married single moms. Me personally, I'm sorry, but I just cannot. Me personally, I don't see myself doing that at all. Even though my brother that I love so much, I don't think of him as a cuck or anything of that nature.
Everybody's different, man. Everybody's different. I couldn't do it. I know that I could not do it. I never tried to do it. I dated. So before I met my wife, I dated a woman who had a little girl.
Oh, okay. So you did date a single mom. You've experienced that.
I've dated many single moms. I didn't say it, but I could never marry that person.
Right. See, I feel
because
that way
to
too.
be honest with you, me personally, it wasn't gonna work. Right. Because there were too many other questions. You know, I get all of the thing, and I just couldn't do. I thought long and hard about it. And you know, really the problem is I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. I mean, it was probably a weakness of my age as well. You know, I was really set in my ways. If I'd been younger, it probably would have been different. But I was really set in my ways. I had an idea of the perfect outcome for me,
Mhm.
and that was not it. Right. So yeah, but there wasn't a single thing wrong. I treated that child awesome, you know, but you have to understand it's a risk for the mom too, to let the child get to know you while you're dating. It's like
Right.
a big deal. So,
Yeah.
you know, I think people look at this too often from the man's point of view and not often enough from, you know, everyone else's point of view. I try and step out of myself a lot. And I say this all the time, but before I go into my diatribe here, John Mosman, good to see you, sir. I'm glad that you made it in tonight. Happy to have you in the chat. We're just we've just been kind of rolling from subject to subject
For sure.
tonight.
For
And
sure.
I saw Flow State dropped in, threw us up some devil horns, and you know, just had to be Flow State rocking out. But you know, I try and really always step out of myself and look at it from multiple angles. I can't always look at it from your point of view because I don't know enough about you personally, but I can usually look at things from other people's point of view unless they're fucking psychotic.
Yeah.
And again, I always say, you know, that if you can't argue both sides of a point, you don't know the argument. You really don't. You can't know it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you, you know, and there's just some other things too, but I don't have any problem. I think that men who step into relationships with single moms, if they can pull it off, I think it's awesome. The big problem is most of the time, man, I see a lot of women that aren't ready to get married again, and they're really using the man.
I've seen that too. Yeah, definitely.
Right. And and I actually, you know, one of the single moms I dated, I was probably about 28, 29. So I was full on into my all about me. I'm learning. I've got a mission in life that really doesn't have any room for baggage and or women. I think when I was 29 years old, I don't know that I even had a place to live. I had my mail sent to my grandmother's house, and I had, when I was in town, I slept on a friend's couch. Right. So I was not someone that anyone needed to think about
marrying. That's for sure.
Me becoming a father figure.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I was like a 19-year-old. I actually told my wife this, you know, right up until the point I decided to get married. I literally looked at myself as a 19-year-old with a bigger wallet.
Okay, I got you there. Let me ask you, Grid, when you first met your wife, which I'm sure you fell in love with, and just to kind of recapture when you were 35 years old.
Yeah, let me finish this story first, and then we'll move into the wife thing, because that's probably interesting to you. So, so I dated this girl. She had a kid, and I almost immediately understood that it was way more about my ability to care for them in a way that they wanted. Just like literally, like all the questions, all of the hints, any conversation that we had would turn to, oh, what do you think about owning a house here? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? It's always about this future of us, and how I would be able to provide, and how she would be able to go back to work, and you know, all of this kind of stuff. And I'm not saying that she was a bad person for that, but it was definitely having a real relationship with me was very secondary to her providing for her kid. Now I get that. I'm not blaming her for that at all. Right. I'm not saying that she's wrong per se. It is wrong. Let's just be honest. That's wrong. But I understand the motivation.
Totally. Because it's her children, right?
Right. Yeah. She's in a bad spot. Right.
Right.
And so that's that's how that kind of worked out on that relationship. Now, go ahead and I'll answer whatever you want to about my.
Yeah. So my question is, you did marry a single mom at the time when you were 29. I'm sorry, not marry. I'm sorry, date. You
I
dated a
did.
single
Mhm.
dated a single mom at the time. You experienced that. When you were 35 years old, you met the love of your life.
Right after I dated a single mom when I was about 29. I dated a bunch of single people, single, no parents, or no parents, no kids, that kind of thing. And then I dated this girl with kids, and she was actually the first. She was the first woman since I was like 22 that made me feel like I actually wanted to be in a relationship.
Really?
But I couldn't get over the kid thing.
Really?
Couldn't get over the kid thing. I couldn't and I think it was partially my age, I was like
Sure.
I'm making pretty good money. I have a clear path forward. I've learned the skills I need to learn. I'm going to open my own shop in the next couple of years. I have a plan for my life. The only thing I'm really missing is family.
Family, yeah.
That's the only thing that's the only piece that I'm missing. So
Okay.
So I dated this girl, and interestingly enough, she was from Mongolia. She's super nice, very pretty.
Mhm.
Just a lot of men would have said she was fucking perfect.
Right. And this is the one with the children.
She had a I don't know how old her kid was. I think her kid was like 4, 5.
So
something
one
like that.
kid? Just one kid?
One kid.
Okay. Wow.
Little girl, beautiful little girl. Little girl was
Mm-hmm.
and really cool, like a really cool kid.
Mhm.
And you know, and she was, I think, she looked like she was like 22, 23, but she was probably closer to like, man, I can't remember her age. I want to say she was like 30, 29 or 30.
Oh wow. Okay, so obviously she's Mongolian. So the
Yeah.
Asians
Definitely
very well.
100% like
Age
beautiful Asian.
very well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But go on.
Yeah, and there was a couple of reasons there that I didn't really like kind of the story that she told me about her leaving her ex-husband, which I'm sure she left out a lot because obviously I'm a dude. I'm a dude.
Yeah.
It's like you're not gonna. Women don't like to talk about that to men really, but and if they do, that's like a bad sign.
Yeah.
And but then so we broke up because well, first of all, I was warming up to the idea of the kid, but I still had some reservations, and she knew that. So that was kind of a problem for her.
How
And
long did you
then-
date her overall? Like, was it a year, 2 years?
Oh no, it was like 7 or 8 months.
Oh, okay. That's not.
Yeah, it
enough
wasn't.
time to kind of
I don't. I
feel
look.
it
I
out.
don't. I've never dated for like years and years. I don't do that shit.
Yeah.
I think that's fucked up. I think that's how people mind fuck themselves.
How long did you date your wife before you married her?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Okay.
One thing at a time, man.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go on. Greg.
So, so I, I'm in this mental space from like, you know what, I'm feeling pretty good about this, but a little bit of, and she was feeling some reservations, but it was fine.
Mm-hmm.
But she had this boyfriend previously that knew all of the buttons in her head to press, and he was like telling her that I sounded like I'd be an abusive husband, that I would, that all I was doing was marrying her, just to have somebody for a little while, and I would just marry her, keep her for a year or two, and then divorce her, and all this which I don't think she even actually believed, but it got in her head, and she had already sensed like there was something there, and she didn't want to. I think she knew. I don't think she wanted to admit that it was my hesitation over, the child becoming a dad overnight, sort of thing, and that just soured the whole relationship. Like the fact that she kept talking to that guy, and he knew all the right buttons to press, and I just got tired of kind of defending myself from someone who was just literally just poisoning the well at every opportunity. Right. So I was like, you know what? You got to pick one way or the other. I don't really care which. And I think the fact that I appeared to just not really care kind of threw her off. And then I met my wife probably a month or two later, Yeah. And we dated for about 6 months. 7 months.
Wow. Before marriage?
Yeah, before marriage.
Wow.
Well, yeah, no. It was a little bit longer than that. So it's probably
8 months?
We got married right at a year of
right at a year. Okay.
Right at about a year. Because we probably, I can't remember when we started dating. She probably has it written down. But
when did you propose? Like, was it like the 6 month mark and then a year?
Yeah, it was in that like 6-8 month mark.
Okay. And then like months later, then you get.
But I honestly knew after about the 3rd month or 4th month. Because all right, so she was in. So we dated for probably 5 or 6 weeks, and then she went home she went back to China for like 6 or 8 weeks during the summer, because that's, she needed to go home, see her family. And she was gone like a week, and I'm like, fuck, I miss this girl. I don't miss anybody.
Wow.
Like I just don't miss anybody.
Yeah.
And
so this chick was different, like hard.
Yeah, it was like, like there was something different, right? Like there was like quality there that made me go, this is a different, and it was, part of it was just me being ready to get married, but and part of it was just that she was different and special, and so I tracked her down in China, because she'd left me like her dad's phone number. I don't speak Chinese. I called her dad, who only speaks Chinese. Okay. Asked for her, made him understand that I was calling for her. He called her, somehow was able to communicate that it was me looking for her, and she called me. Yeah. From China. Right. On a train. Wow. It was cool. Yeah, it was cool. Yeah. And so at that point, I realized that there was something different. I needed to pay attention to this relationship and take care of it. And so we moved in together when she got back from China. So we rented an apartment, or I rented an apartment, and we moved in. Like, I moved out of the townhouse I was living in the day she got back, basically. Yeah. And we just moved in. Okay. And so we got married we got married in December. So she got back probably, end of June, or pardon me, end of July, maybe 1st of August.
Okay. So honestly, Greg, I was going to ask you this question. You basically answered all of my predetermined attributes before deciding this is the woman. Because I was going to ask you, how did you feel? What was the case? You answered everything. So my question is, because going back to the single mothers, if the way you felt about this woman, if she did at your age at 35, just like you said, when you were 29, you couldn't get over it. At 35, if she did have one child, would
I just dated the Mongolian girl like a month before I met my.
Okay. So
she had that. So.
But you described your wife as very different. Would that be a negative? Would that be a deal breaker, marrying your wife if she did have a child? outside of you?
At 24, probably.
Really?
That probably would have been.
So it still would have been
24 with a
somewhat
4-year-old. I don't know. Seems sus, but maybe. I don't know. It's hard for me to say. It's hard for me to entertain that hypothetical because there's so many variables in that it's
So
just
it
hard
is
for
a
me to
big deal then. It would be a big deal for you.
I think it's a big deal for me. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it otherwise. And I think that it should be a big deal.
I believe so too. That's what I'm saying. Like Grid, like with my brother, it wasn't the case, and we know other examples like an Andrew Wilson, etc. That do that. And you described that you have to be, they're men that actually stepped up, and that's admirable.
You have to have a huge set of balls.
Yeah.
Mass.
And I've admitted that I don't think I can do that. You admitted that you don't even think you could do that.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I could. I was ready to
mm-hmm.
if everything had kind of hit right.
Yeah.
I mean, there were other problems with the relationship with the Mongolian girl, right? Like, she didn't really understand my career and how I live my life and how I do things and all of that. She really didn't understand any of that. So it's really hard, Jake, for women to just understand things if you don't understand them, right? Or you don't make them understand. So one of the things I did differently with my wife was I made sure that when we started dating, we went to I took her to the track with me because she needed to understand how I made my money.
The Greyhound track, right? Is what you're talking?
Huh? Yeah, the racetrack.
Yeah, the racetrack. Okay.
Yeah. So that when I was at the track, this is how I make my money. Right. I'm working. I'm not out chasing women. I'm not, banging the flag girls or anything like that. We're not going out to strip clubs at night. This is hard work. It takes time. When I'm out here, it's serious. I don't, you can't call me every 20 minutes and all of that, because these are all problems that I'd had in previous relationships. One of the reasons that I feel like a lot of my relationships failed once I started off in my career is because it's very hard for women to understand how I made money. It was very hard for them to understand how I lived my life. I was so different than what they were used to, because I would, for example, I could not answer the phone when I was at the track. A lot of times I was, a lot of these, back then they didn't even have cell service at the track. So that was a big problem of it.
Yeah.
But when I was at the track, if I'm working, my phone might be in the trailer. It might be in a gear bag somewhere. I didn't carry that. That thing wasn't attached to me at the hip. Like I had shit to do.
Yeah.
But I actually had women that I dated say, you're going to the track, but I know that you're, obviously we don't race. They thought that we didn't race at night, which we do.
Yeah.
And they thought that, this dude's out. He's out there. He's having, he's working, a few hours at the track, but then he's got all these hot women around at the track, and he's going to the strip club at night and all this nonsense. I'm like, that's not how any of this shit works. But it caused me no end of issues in my relationships. It just did. People couldn't understand that it's actually a real job, right? That was the other thing. Is actually, a lot of women didn't understand it's a real job. So, yeah, I mean, it just really doesn't. It doesn't follow, right? Like and so with my wife, I took a different approach. I took her to the track. She stayed with me all weekend. She was at the track with me all the time. She actually kind of liked going in the beginning, and so we would go to the track. Every time I went to a race, she would go with me. And then, of course, later she got tired of it. She didn't want to go anymore.
Yeah.
But in the beginning, it was fun. It was kind of exciting. It was, you know,
Mhm.
it was cool.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that made a huge difference in the success of the relationship, right? So I don't know if that really. I mean, I don't know if that answered the question.
No, that did answer my question. That totally answered my question. I like the answer there because you did distinguish of what separated your wife compared to others and compared it to the Mongolian girl. However, Grit, I'll be back real quick.
Okay, go take a leak again. That's all right.
Yeah.
Siege, I haven't let Siege talk yet.
Yeah, Siege, go ahead, man.
All right. Let's
There it
see. So let's see. I believe, Grid, was your question when we talk about like sex on the streams. That is it degenerate or not? Like, what's the question again?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that tomorrow night. We're going to have a whole show on it.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah,
I think Glenn's going to be here. I think Flow State's going to make it. It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Yeah, got it. Let's see. Well, I don't think I'll be able to make that one, but I'll just get my take on it. It depends on what you're planning on using it towards. Like one of Glenn and my favorite bloggers and the old Red Pill stuff, even before DES, Donovan Sharp, it was Dow Rock. And he would talk about like all the problems in the church and stuff. Jeez. He would talk about problems in the church, but also how to be able to use game to be able to not get be able to sleep with a bunch of hoes, but how to be able to get your wife to want to find you attractive again. So I'd say that it's a degenerate if you're like using it to just bang a bunch of hoes, but if you're using it to boost attraction back with your woman for the sake of the relationship and the marriage and the kids, then I'd say that is not degenerate, man. But yeah, right. When like Glenn starts talking about all the crazy ortho bros, air quotes, guys who like talk about how no sex at all. Like when Michelle comes on and talks about her relationship and stuff, man. It's interesting to be able to hear all that stuff. No, that's my voice, Silver Ogre. That is my voice.
It is. Yeah. 100% it is. See, you do sound like a robot. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Oh boy, geez. You know, I'll tell you this. It's just at the end of Glenn's New Year's stream that Jim Bob just got to come in and got to say, "Who's the autistic talk?" It was like, God damn, man.
It was. He did say that. I was there for that. That was funny.
Oh boy, that's too funny. And so I decided to finally send a Bob chat in, and you can do it anonymously. And I just got to say, "How right, first Bob chat from the autistic talk." Jim Bob, I think the stream is still on. He just gonna say, "Yeah, I called out the autistic dog. There's this guy who comes on to these panels with a dog profile that literally sounds like an autistic person." Man, it's like you're so cruel about that, man. God damn.
Alex is getting lit up over on Andrew's stream. It is.
Is he?
Not even, dude. It's not even fair. Like,
bro. I haven't seen this stream.
This is like a grown man beating a child.
Man, dude.
Like this is why did Alex do this? Look, if you're not a debater.
Alex is a debater though. I mean, he might not be I mean, I would probably categorize him as like maybe a C or
I don't
B
think
tier.
he's a debater.
You know? Like he's not a bad debater, bro. You know?
He did okay with Based Oracle, but that's only because Based Oracle's really not a debater.
I think he beat Base Oracle.
I think he did too. But that was easy because Based Oracle didn't even know what we were fucking talking.
Okay, so if Base Oracle's an F tier debater, I think Alex would probably be a C.
He's not a tier debater. Based Oracle is down the block, across the street, down over the river, and through the fucking woods.
So below F?
He's not. There's no tier. He is like the tier stops at F, and then there's the door, and through the door there's a field, and over the field there's a road, and down that road a couple of miles there's a river and some woods. Over the river and through the fucking woods, and on the other side of that is where Based Oracle fucking is.
Bro, okay, that's some mad shit talk. That's some mad shit talk. Grid.
I can really shit talk. You got, I mean, you guys.
You're not even giving him a F tier. You're saying no. You're just beyond.
The only thing Based Oracle can win a debate with is a paper fucking bag, and that's only if there's nothing printed on the paper bag.
Because then he'll have to read it.
Because then he'll have to read it and he'll be fucking wrong. He'll concede. He'll have to concede.
Oh my god. Chingo, man. But yeah, I haven't checked out the debate. I'm sure it's going lit right now. I have no idea, but Grid. Okay, I wanted to ask you this though. Donovan Sharp was on your show.
Yeah, he was.
Donovan went off on Imperious. Now, what's your take about? Because I saw Donovan's take when it came to like individuals that hide behind an avatar and talk of mad shit. I've seen this several times with i5. Like i5 was a big one.
So yeah. I think so. I go extra hard. I go extra hard if you hide your face or you don't cam up. First of all, at that point I don't respect you,
right? Because there's no body language,
really
right?
Important,
yeah.
Something that's really important for me, and the way that I treat people is I need to have some respect for you. Once you lose that respect, you're fucked. Because at that point, all bets are off. I'm weapons free. I will, like, it's like the Based Oracle thing. Like, I will always make more and more fun of Based Oracle. Like, first of all, that dude, apparently he's doing a health podcast now, but if you look at him, he looks like a poster child for Ethiopia.
He's too skinny. Great.
Fuck yeah, dude. Ethiopians are literally
I know
how thin that dude is.
He's that skinny, Grid. Ethiopians.
That motherfucker has supermodels setting him up for how to stay that fucking skinny.
Okay, I didn't see that one coming, but that's funny. That's hilarious.
They also want to know how to act that feminine, but I wasn't going to go there since you brought it up.
Right. But again, I'm just saying, I think like, for example, i5 is a good example. I was in the chat and I said, I think Donovan has a good point of a lot of these people that don't cam up, but have a lot to say.
Yeah.
Especially with his personality. That's like, Andrew Tate personality that I'm this and that, etc. I saw that with
Millionaire Bachelor, perfect example.
Millionaire Bachelor is another one. But however, at least he cams up. At least you can see his body language, not his micro expressions, but you can at least see his body language on that. And he gives some type of social proof.
He gets no respect either. Look, I don't care. Anonymity is over fucking rated. I want people to see me. I want people to see me. I want people to know who the fuck I am. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I actually, to some degree, I'm old school. I think people should have a little tiny bit of fear of me. I like it like that. I don't want people to think, I don't have to worry about that guy. I've never even seen his face. He's nobody.
Sure. I agree.
Like, who the fuck is that guy? Right? I want people to see my expressions. I want people to understand you fucked up.
But Grid, you have to realize you're different than the ones that pop on. You're a content creator. You to a degree, you have to show.
Wasn't originally.
It wasn't originally. No, yeah, but you are now. So therefore, you do show your face. You do have a actual production. You have a show that people do come on that don't show their face. My point is that somebody like Imperious or i5 or Millionaire Bachelor, who is a content creator too, he doesn't show his face, but there is expressions
has
on
a channel.
body language.
i5 has a channel. i5 has a channel.
Does he?
Yeah, but no one watches it.
Yeah, nobody watches it.
Okay. Does he show his face on his channel?
Nope.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, it's the same thing then, you know. My point is that you see a lot of these guys with these big personalities that are, I think, are trying to imitate like an Andrew Tate like style. And it's just kind of like that's kind of it's already overplayed, you know. But you see that, and I saw that with Imperious. Imperious went onto Mike. You saw him there, Grid. You were there when Imperious came on, and he was challenging Andrew, and wanted Andrew to come on.
Oh yeah.
Him. Yeah, he wanted to debate him on something.
You can't really take Imperious seriously, though.
Yeah, well, that's my point. I think Imperius and IFA are just WWE wrestlers. That's their personalities, you know, and that's what Donovan Sharp's point was.
Well,
when
I think
he was
I-5
addressing-
want. See, the difference is I think both of those guys want to be taken seriously.
They want to.
They want to be taken seriously.
Did you take Imperius serious?
No, I never take them. But me not taking them seriously has zero to do with the fact that they want to be taken seriously.
Sure.
Like that's the fallacy that you fall into is the minute you start saying, well, you know, they're not really, yeah, you know, they're really not being bad people, you know, or whatever. You fall into this idea that, well, you know, they're really not that bad, or, you know, whatever. I see. The thing is,
Grid, you're muted, bro. Yeah,
Grid, you're
Grid.
muted.
You're muted, Grid.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Okay.
I fucking know.
Okay, he's back. He's back.
I had to reboot my soundboard. Sorry.
Yeah, in mid sentence, you were like, well, "Okay, he's not talking anymore."
Well, you know, it happens. It's all right. But yeah, Millionaire actually hasn't even come back into my stream. You know, and literally for the guy who was like, "I'm gonna fuck you up," he's never been back.
Well,
Weird.
I'm gonna get Millionaire Bachelor again on the show, which I know I can. Yeah, I will for a part 2. I will.
Okay.
I don't know if I want you there to fucking interact with him, Grid, because you.
Oh,
I
come
went
on,
at it
it's so much
hard.
fun.
Nice, Grid. You gotta play nice, bro. You gotta play nice. I'm sorry. Just like
come
hold on. Just like Donovan told you, like, yeah, you tell these guys, hey, play nice, play by the rules. I gotta tell you to play by the rules, bro, when it comes to Millionaire, because I really, it's very interesting with you and him. I would love to have you on there, but if it's a shit show, it's really hard for me to moderate it. I'm just saying, man. I would love to have you on there. I'm sure he wouldn't mind, but the point is that we got to argue these types of facts. Like
he can't argue though.
Well, at the same time, like we gotta do it in a civilized manner. Don't talk shit. I would give the same thing with him. Just argue. If your claim is you don't believe he's a millionaire, then you have to kind of distinguish why you believe that, right? It's more of that, Grid.
Just, you know, I can't respect somebody that doesn't show their face, man.
Yeah, Grid, but that's not the point. I would love to have you on there, but I don't.
That's all right. I don't have to be on there. I mean, it's cool.
But I kind of want you there because you're so entertaining. The last time when you were on with him, it's very entertaining. But I'm just saying, like, I don't want to make it a shit show. I want to have a conversation at least with you and him. I think that would be nice. But both of you guys have to be civilized on this and kind of break it down, for the audience. Dude, just try.
I'll
Grid,
think
please.
about it. I'll think
Just
about
try,
it.
Just try, bro.
Oh man,
That's
I
what I'm
love
saying.
seeing Grid go off on these guys. It's so much fun, man.
It is fun. It is really fun, Siege. But yeah, I just in my mind, it's just like, yeah, if Grid can't play ball, I can't have him there because Millionaire will leave or something like that. So end the show early. But I would love to have Grid on there, especially because Millionaire and you are really, you guys feud harder than even Andrew and him, to be honest. So I'm just saying, like, it would be kind of cool for the show to kind of debate and hash that out in a civilized manner. That's all I'm saying.
That's why no one will remember your name.
Okay, Grid. Okay, well, you made the claim again.
I had to. That's why nobody remembers his name, because he doesn't cam up. Yeah, what part of unreasonable is unclear? Why? I get it, and I get it. It's good entertainment.
Mhm.
But
Bro, It was entertaining
if
when
you don't want me to
when
do
I had
business on your
Tokyo.
channel, I mean, we can, I mean, I like, we could call a temporary truce, maybe a little bit.
A temporary truce
Probably
would be
not,
great.
though.
Temporary, just a temporary, and please don't call each other names, and I'll be fine with it.
I will absolutely. I have to call him names. I can't be. No, you can't ask the impossible, sir. You can ask me.
Oh God,
Be
good. Okay.
almost nice, but I'm just.
Bro, be nice, please. Just be nice. Just this one time, Grid, please. just for the sake of the show, so that nobody, nobody quits or anything like that. Just have a conversation on those subjects. If you don't think he's a millionaire, whatever, but just without saying you're a fucking liar or yeah, because it goes
That's
into a
the
shit
best part.
I
Yeah,
know,
man.
but I want it to last longer than just fucking 10 minutes.
Oh, but I
Grid.
like making him rage quit because he'll come right back. He'll come right
Grid.
back.
I want it to last longer than 10 minutes. Can you give me an hour? Can you have an hour stream with him?
Last time, I don't know why, but if you watch the Sarah interview,
Right.
he came back over and over and over again. It was so satisfying because just when I thought it was over and I was like, damn it, all my fun is done. Here he comes again.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing.
So good. So good.
I like that.
It's like the liberal tears were flowing. And I was drinking my fill. And it was so good. So
okay,
good.
Grid. I am planning to get him back on for a second interview. That's more like more hard interview questions. I've had evidence that can say that he was telling the truth about the billboards that he did with Andrew. I've seen footage.
You have evidence that it was true.
Yeah. People sent me videos that this is actual evidence that showed.
Is it the same video that he showed that is clearly photoshopped?
No, it's a video, bro. Like a guy had the video there. It was two of them that showed that the billboards.
No, there's an edited video that shows they've edited it so that it looks like it, but it's pretty easy to spot.
So Grid, I will invite you on if you want to dispute it. I'm just saying. Please be civilized about it.
Just say, Jake, come fuck this guy up. It'll be freeing. It's so good. Just say,
I like
come
the guy,
fuck him up.
I don't think he's so bad intent or anything like that. Like he's been nothing but nice to me. So I know he hasn't been nice to you
anymore. That's
and I know
look, it's a shtick, right? Like to be honest with you,
Grid.
Yeah. 13 would like the video. Can you send him the video?
If I can find, yeah.
He's on Discord. Yeah, he's on. I think he's in your Discord.
Okay. Real quick though.
What?
So yeah, I actually have truck drivers who drive that road day in, day out.
Right.
And they never saw a single billboard.
Okay. I think Ghost sent it to me. Hold on. I think it was Ghost.
Well, I do know it's pinned actually in the. Maybe it's I do know they rearranged the Foundry VCs. Maybe if I'll see if I can find it, but I can send it to 13 when I can. Let me see. I'll look into it.
So you know what video I'm talking about, right, Siege?
Yeah, the billboard one, right?
Yes, the billboard one. Yeah.
If it's the same one I've seen, it's definitely photoshopped.
Okay. Now I found it.
Okay, you found it.
Ghost did send it to me. So hold on. Copy text. I'm gonna send it to Grid right now.
MPC the game. What is up?
Oh,
I've been nominated for awards. What?
What? Oh, by the way,
No.
they messaged me as well that I'm nominated as well for
Panelverse
political.
Live. I really hate that term, Panelverse.
Yeah, I can look up it. But thanks again for nominating me to NPC, the game Shadow Buddha guy into
What am
DMV.
I nominated for?
Let me go look. Unless you want to say it, NPC, I can look at what it
Wait,
said.
can you send that because they told me I was nominated for a political streamer.
What
of
is
the year?
an NT
Yeah, you were.
150? What's NT? What currency is that? I thought I knew most of them, but I don't.
Okay, so let's see. If you want, I can read this all off. I have it here. Or do you want to share it, Grid? I can send it to you.
What's that?
This the community post that NPC made showing all the people
new
that
Taiwan dollar. It's the new Taiwan dollar. 30 cents
Taiwan.
American. Yeah.
Nice.
30 cents American on the dollar.
Nice.
Yeah,
Not
here
bad.
I can. I'll send this to you, Grid. If you want, you can be able to share it on screen. Be able to show all the people that have been nominated here. I've been even nominated there too. So here,
Tiki Tack is mad he wasn't nominated. He is funny. He's
seriously,
great. Tiki Tack's, he's a pretty solid debater.
Yeah,
Oh,
Tiki
dude.
Tack is. He is. Yeah.
He's got to head off to his Friday Star Wars stream. All right. He is saying, have a great weekend. Okay.
Great in chat.
all right, see ya, Hoger.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Siege, do you have those that community post?
Yeah, I can send it to you as well, Jake. I sent it to Grid, so maybe he could be able to share it so we can see all the people that have been nominated.
I don't have any Star Wars sound effects. Why do I not have lasers?
Dun 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 dun.
I don't have that. Why do I not have that? The best I've got this one.
Come, fight by my side.
That's is that Darth Vader speaking?
It's from some fucking video game, man. I don't know.
Okay. I wouldn't know that one either. But
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a video game guy. So
same.
You know, I'm honestly considering this. Since I have just this comical voice, I definitely need to figure out how I can set up a whole gaming stream. I'm probably going to be doing a first-person shooter.
Hold on, I got voice hang on.
My name is to change my voice.
Holy shit.
All right, this one.
How's that work? Did I change my voice at all?
Yeah, it did.
It's working, Grid.
It definitely did.
What about this one? Is that good? I sound like
Bro,
That sounds
You
legit.
should totally get one of these.
I have one of these voice mods. Like I can do this.
Hey, everybody, I sound like I'm on old school radio.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I have some effects on my end.
Yeah, a lot of people think that this is my voice modulated voice. Nope, it's not. This is my real voice, man.
That's totally true.
Yep, okay. Sounds good.
Cool.
Is that you, Grid?
That's me.
I don't actually use the voices. I much prefer the sound effects.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, so Siege, what's Grid nominated for exactly?
Okay, let me see. I'll look for it. Grid One's been nominated for the most creative setup. There's Resto Chesto, Resla, and Grid One.
Oh, nice.
Who else can
Hey,
I
am I on there? Because I got a message that I was.
Yeah, let me see. I know it's here somewhere. I believe it was for best political live stream. It was Teriak, Jake Viopod, and OTW News.
Okay, great. I should win that.
I definitely want you to win that, especially not OTW. I'd rather prefer Teriak or you or
yeah,
OTW.
I don't know who OTW is. I have no idea who that is.
Well,
I know
Grid
Teriak.
Grid can be able to sum him up, right? Oh,
I didn't know
okay.
Wrestler had a really good setup. I thought I would think I think there are people with way better backgrounds and shit than I do.
Yeah, no, Grid, you change it every time. Like you have a very very distinguished background,
Oh, okay.
and it's
Well,
something that
guys,
I've
go
noticed.
vote for me.
Yeah, I
yeah.
will vote for you, but vote for me for political streamer. I'm down for that because I do talk about politics a lot. So.
I got most inspirational stream. Oh, hey, I got a clip. I should show you guys this. Hang on, let me. Give me 1 second. I fucked up a minute. Keep talking. I just got to get my shit together.
Go for
Standing by.
Most inspirational stream. That's Grid. Most creative setup. Jake, best political stream. Okay, awesome. That definitely falls under mine. Siege, a live chat legend. Nice.
All right.
You should win that one, Siege, because you're like the oldest fucking mod that you do with Glenn, etc.
Yeah, I know. I'm also there for audience MVP. But I'm hoping that Michelle gets that. I know there's Michelle, Locksmith Jeremy, Leopard Print, Luna, and
that's big competition, actually.
Especially
with Michelle.
Yeah, I know Michelle does like an absolute lot, so that'd be cool if she'd be able to get that.
Yeah. I would say Mr. did say Jake is more of a political channel than others, I would argue. That is true. I do talk a lot about that. A lot of my streams are based around politics. So hopefully more than likely should be the case because that's my go-to.
This is what was supposed to happen. There was never supposed to be a income tax period. The states could tax their citizens, and they should. The states could collect money, and they did. And now we look at what we have. Look at this, guys. Look. Just take a quick look around at how bad the schools are. Now let's talk about taxes for a minute. So in this country originally, there were no income taxes. Now, there were tariffs on goods that were shipped in. Matter of fact,
correct.
One of the first tariffs was on glass. Why? Because we didn't make glass in this country. It had to come from England or France or Germany. Had to come over on a ship. Our founding fathers or the people in Boston and the businessmen there wanted to establish glass factories here. It cost money to do that. So what did they do? They went to the local government and said, hey, every ship that brings in glass, they get a tax on it. They did the same thing with alcohol. They did the same thing with other things that came from other places, right? Mm-hmm. This was why pirates existed back in the 1800s. Because most coastal cities enacted a tariff on alcohol because we could make it here, but it was cheaper to bring it in from. It was cheaper to bring in rum from the Caribbean and other places, the Dominican Republic, that sort of thing. It was cheaper to bring it in from those places than to have our people manufacture it. So we weren't competitive. So to make the market a little more competitive and encourage growth within the country, there was a tariff on barrels of whiskey coming in.
Yeah,
that's so that's just the way it was. And then of course our system caught up, and that's how that worked. Now, the other taxes were in that the states levied. Now, keep in mind these were all state taxes. These were the states directly funding themselves. The federal government, the only way that the federal government funded itself was through the sale of bonds and some tariffs on goods that came in through the larger ports, but not they didn't really. Their funding was largely through bond sales.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, definitely the tariffs versus taxes. Grid, can I ask you?
Yeah.
If, for example, I heard this with Donald Trump talking about it with Tim Pool, do you think there's a possibility in the future, if we go this direction, to where we can take away the taxes of like income taxes, people that and people that work, complete income tax taken away and replace them with tariffs of foreign affairs? Do you think that's a possibility, like they did back then?
So I think that you have to understand a couple of things. First of all, the only way we're going to get rid of income tax is through rebellion.
You think so?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get you there. Yeah,
It's
definitely. Because there's no way they're going to allow Trump
yeah,
to
there's
take
no
that away.
way. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I would personally love Trump to come in day one and say the IRS ceases to exist right now.
Right.
Done.
Yeah.
We're done. Just forget it. We're done. I would love for that to happen. I would love for him to say that all federal social programs are done. I would love for him to say that all three-letter agencies
Are done.
Are
Yes.
done. Cease to
Yeah.
exist.
FBI, CIA, etc.
I'd love for that to happen.
Yeah.
But the reality is,
it's not going to happen. Totally agree with you on that.
it's almost impossible for it to happen without a rebellion.
Right.
The best we can hope for at this point is that first of all, I think the IRS can be downsized, and I think it should be. I think the reason that we never see any downsizing in government is the hue and cry of a loss of government jobs. 80,000 people are going to be out of work. 20,000 people are going to be out of work. 100,000 people are going to be out of work.
Right.
And so I think that you can reduce the size of the IRS significantly. But to do it, what you basically have to do is you have to get rid of the reason for them to exist.
Yeah.
You'd have to literally say, and it would take Congress to do it. And that is, you'd have to go in and say, well, actually, there's two ways you could do it. The first way is you go in Congress, write a bill, 3-page bill. We're going from a income tax based system to a flat tax based system, and at the same time, we're going to restrict the amount the U.S. can spend on anything but its citizens.
Okay, that's never going to happen though.
So all of our foreign aid would be turned. No. Foreign aid can be turned off. All the foreign aid would be turned off. All of the propping, propping up all the world organizations, NATO,
right? Foreign affairs, exactly, like funding these other foreign affairs or foreign countries, etc.
So it would basically it would take a presidential. It would take an executive order reinterpreting the tax code, basically saying that the United States government cannot use American tax dollars to fund overseas countries or operations, businesses.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that could happen. And if those things happened, then overnight you would have a lot less need of IRS people. And then they would still be employed.
Right.
And you would just reassign those people into other places, or you would slowly phase them out. Right. So you can't do it. You really can't do it any other way. The other way you could do it is an organization probably would have to sue the federal government and say that using American tax dollars to prop up foreign countries, render foreign aid, and everything else is unconstitutional, and that money must be spent in the United States.
Sure. Yeah.
And that would cause a lot of consternation, a lot of bad feelings. A lot of people be very pissed off about that. And But that would be the way you would do it, right?
Right.
Because what you have to do is you have to all of a sudden have a surplus. So you would have to make laws that made it illegal, or it would have to be illegal or against policy to spend the money in the way it's being spent now. Right now, there's no checks and balances. Literally, the government can walk in and say, I want every member of Congress to have a Lamborghini. And there's really nothing against spending tax dollars buying congressmen Lamborghinis. You could say that some jackass congressman somewhere could say that in every government office building should get free corn. Whatever, just paid for. Just pay for all the OF, paid for right there.
Yeah.
You just,
that
right
type
now,
of corn. Got it.
there's really no restriction on what the money can be spent for currently.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, Grid, like for example, the Doge, I know Mr. Boulay mentioned that right here. Their job is to cut down the government spending that's useless. But now I'm not saying I don't know how well it's going to work out in 2025, but I will tell you this. If they do it right, I think that's a good idea. Not only that, Grid, I would say you have a good point, but I would say if things go into flourishing, I would say, you know what? We probably could get rid of an income tax to a degree. Now, I'm saying property taxes, all the other taxes will exist.
Well, property taxes are way easier to get rid of.
You think so? Really? More so than income
because
taxes?
they
More so than
only
income?
pay for education in your state.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know the nuance on that, but I would say
Texas is about to get rid of property taxes.
Are they? Oh, that would be great then. Yeah. But Grid, what my argument is that if they do get rid of income tax and replace it with tariffs of other countries, is that more or less possible, at least within the 4 to 8 years? Let's say Republicans do get the presidency and the Senate and the House in 2028. Yeah, they currently do. But let's say they win it back in 2028, right? We're scolding it. Is that a possibility in the future to where we can keep more of our money and the government can replace that with tariffs in foreign affairs, like foreign?
So the idea behind the tariff is not to generate money for the United States.
Okay.
The idea behind tariffs is to generate a sense of I'm not fucking paying for that, so that the United States will get off its dick and start making shit again.
Yeah.
Right. And this is what I was talking about, in that clip. Even though that clip is from like months ago, before we talked about tariffs and taxes and shit. It was actually why I was pissed off about taxes. There's a whole thing there, right? I did a whole show on it, and the reasoning behind that. The reasoning behind tariffs really is to equalize a trade disparity. This is what people don't really. People want to focus on who pays it and why they pay it and all that kind of shit. That's kind of irrelevant. The reality is that, and I like to use the automotive industry. One of the reasons why you see Toyotas, Hondas, and Nissans here in the United States is because back in the 80s, and Honda and Toyota, Nissan, and to some degree Mitsubishi, lesser of a degree Mitsubishi, but the Japanese car companies basically said, we want to bring our cars here, and we had just come out of the fuel crisis, and everybody wanted cars that were cheap on gas, and so politicians bent the fucking knee, and they gave tax breaks to Japan to bring cars here.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's definitely for sure.
But in Japan, Japan had, to this day, they have very high tariffs on any cars that come into their country.
Yes. Compared
this
to the
is
United States, we don't have high tariffs on other countries.
we
Grid,
did
or
on
maybe no
European
tariffs.
cars for a long time. For a long time, we had a pretty high tariff on European cars.
Okay.
But not Japanese cars. And again, this created a trade disparity. That's why a BMW in Germany and France and England is not an expensive vehicle, but a BMW here has always been seen to be an expensive vehicle, right?
Yeah, high class.
Because
Yeah.
German cars were taxed at a higher rate.
Okay.
Right?
It's not that they have a high quality,
right?
But it's just more of the.
We had a tariff on German cars.
Right.
We did not have a tariff on Japanese cars.
Yeah.
So you have to understand that trade disparity is why you don't see Mercedes-Benz taxi cabs in the US, but you do all over fucking Europe.
Really? All over Europe, you see BMW taxi cabs?
I literally call them taxi cabs because BMW and Mercedes are some of the more prevalent taxi cabs. Peugeot as well. But
wow, really? And they're luxury
cars.
A
lot of European car companies quit importing to the United States. Fiat, for example, we lost in the space of about 10 years. We lost Fiat. We lost Peugeot, Citroen, and some others because the taxes to bring in a car from Europe were higher than the car. A lot of times it was more than the car was worth total. And companies could not make money bringing their cars here. That's why Alfa Romeo left the United States. It wasn't because they weren't selling enough cars. They were selling plenty of cars. But they could not justify the taxes that the United States imposed on them. And there were export taxes too, because they didn't really want
right.
They didn't necessarily want to export a bunch of cars, but so we have to understand how tariffs actually work. It's meant to be somewhat punitive to the nation that we're putting the tariff against, right? Like, so if we put a tariff on China,
right, and Trump uses it as a negotiation, right?
No, he's going to use it as a stick. The negotiation comes first, and once they say no, they're not going to do it. Then comes
the tariff, right? Assuming that he actually does it. He threatened a 50% tariff on Canada as well.
Yeah.
So it seems like he's serious about negotiation for certain things that he wants.
Yeah.
So it is a tactic.
He has the United States' best interest at heart.
Right.
So if you have, for example, so if you're in tariff land, okay. Let's say you're in China. Your company in China, you want to sell products here. Right now, there's really no tariff on your goods, so you can make product very cheaply, send it here, not have to pay a tariff on it, whereas a company that makes the same product here is taxed
hard. Yeah.
Pretty hardcore, right? You have all kinds of payroll taxes, unemployment, workman's comp, and those are taxes. Make no mistake, workman's comp, unemployment, all these other things, they're taxes, right? That pay for social programs for people. They're taxes, though. They're because you have to pay them.
Yeah.
So in America, there's no company that's going to make whatever widget, right? That the Chinese will make for not very much money.
For pennies on the dime, yeah.
For pennies, yeah. Like if it costs us 20 cents to make it, it costs them a nickel. And by the time they get it landed here, it's still 20 cents. And you say, well, that's even then, but no, it costs us 20 cents to make it.
Exactly.
It costs us $2 to actually be able to sell it here because of all of the different taxes and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Taxes and fees and all that. So all Trump is trying to do is to encourage American companies to go back into business.
Yes.
And go back into doing things that we've offshore, that's been cheaper to offshore.
Yeah.
HVAC units, right? We used to make all of those used to be made here in the United States. The EPA and other organizations have put in such restrictions that you can't even make an HVAC unit in the United States anymore at anywhere near a competitive price because of the solder you have to use, the booth you have to do it in, the robots you have to do it, and the material handling supplies, all of these things that America requires, and most of these are not necessary. And we all know that, right? Like we've all had a job. We all had a job where you were required to do some stupid ass shit just because OSHA said so.
Oh, I got you now. Okay, the safety. OSHA's all about.
Or you had to use you couldn't use a wooden ladder. You had to use an aluminum ladder, or you had to use you had to you couldn't use recycled cardboard. You had to use new cardboard, and anything that makes it more expensive for American companies.
Yes. Yeah.
It's anything that makes it more expensive, it's a problem, right? So and that's why what Trump is really trying to do here. He doesn't give a shit if China pays the tariffs, or if the companies that import those products from China pay the tariffs. He doesn't care. That's not the point. The point is that the guy that's importing those goods, he looks at his bottom line and he says, fuck. I need 20 of these plastic fucking widgets, or I need 200,000 of these plastic fucking widgets. It's going to, my cost just tripled because of this tariff. Fuck. I guess I better see if I can get them in
the United States. Yeah, exactly. And that's his negotiation tactic.
And so the reality is that Americans are lazy motherfuckers these days.
Sure.
And they don't want to do it. Like there are factories. If you've been to Detroit, if you've been through the heartland of the country, go through Atlanta, go through St. Louis, go through Missouri. If you go through Illinois, through Missouri, through St. Louis, look at the empty fucking factories, man. That's right. Biden has stopped the selling of U.S. steel and he's halted that. There's an $18 billion deal or some shit like that, and he halted that, and they're all pissed about it. And it probably should be. I don't know. I haven't looked at it. But here in America, there's a group of us that are hardworking motherfuckers that take pride in our work, that want to work, that want to build businesses, that want to go feel good. Even when I was a factory worker and I went in and loaded tires, I had a job once where I loaded tires into trailers. It was a contract employee. I went in, I'd have a sheet, and I have 5-10 trailers to load up, and I'd go in and they paid me X number of dollars for X number of trailers loaded, right?
Right.
At Bridgestone, actually. And I would go in and I'd load those fucking trailers, man.
Yeah.
And I liked it. I mean, it was a good job. I got paid reasonably well.
And you got some exercise, right? With it.
Yeah, I was a cockstrong motherfucker, I tell you what.
Yeah, exactly.
But when you're slinging tires and you throw them over your head and all that, dude, and you have to lace them in the trailers. It's very interesting.
Really?
but the point is that there are people in this country that absolutely love to work, that believe America is the best. But those people are outnumbered right now by the number of lazy bitch-ass motherfuckers that say America first, that say we're the best country ever, we can make anything better than anybody else, and then they go in to their factory job that they fucking hate, and they don't do a good job at it, and they put in a half-ass day, and then they cry and take off early to go home, leaving their manager shorthanded, and whine about having to, that when quality control kicks back half of the shit that they pass through, and then they wonder why jobs go to Canada or China or Mexico, where the fuck they go to.
Yeah.
But these are the same motherfuckers that'll sit there and say, "Oh, yeah, fucking China makes shitty ass shit." I've literally
done a lot better, actually, to be honest. China's got a lot better.
I'm gonna be honest. I was in China. I toured a bunch of factories, and those motherfuckers are happy to be there.
Oh, really?
You've
Yeah, those
been to
are
China,
happy
Grid?
motherfuckers. Yeah, I've been to China many times.
Oh, okay, got it. Cool.
Yeah, I toured factories in China because we were going to have products made there. We were trying to have them made in the U.S., but we looked at having them made in China. And I tell you what, man, no shit, I kid you not, the cleanliness of the factories in China, where I went in Shenzhen, which is a massive manufacturing city, put almost all of the American factories that I was looking at to shame.
Really?
To shame. Every employee was in a clean uniform. Every employee. There was not one fucking Metallica t-shirt. There was not one motherfucker in ripped jeans. There were no Converse. Those motherfuckers were in uniform. Every single one.
Can I ask? I know China does child labor though, Grid, and they don't pay the same. Well, they don't pay the same as far as like the United States, right? But my take
this is a problem that I have with the American mentality. I can have my kid work up to like 30 hours, 25 or 30 hours a week. I can pay him X number of dollars. Why would I not do that if I had a company that...
Do you think that child labor would be a good idea for the United States?
Why would it not be? Is a better question.
I'm asking you.
I believe it's a net positive. I've already said I believe it's a net positive. Why do you think it's a net negative?
Well, again,
because of the story of
the definition of child.
Charlie.
Charlie.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up.
Kirk? Charlie.
No. There's a story that they give you in school that about the little boy who works in the factory and his life sucks and it crushes his hand or some shit and he and so that's why we can't have child labor because we're all evil and we're going to work in coal-filled, dirty, dingy ass places, and that's not true.
Okay. Well, the thing is, Grid, I think that here in the West we have different traditions than China, or anywhere across the world, but we have provided to where kids have a 16, like we have a limit to where when you're 16 years old you can
but I don't agree with it.
Okay,
I think
what would be the youngest, like 6 years old, 7 years old? What's the child labor that you would advocate?
I mean, it depends on a job. That's asking a stupid ass question.
Not necessarally. So, okay.
No, it is. It is.
Let's say creating shoes. Let's say in the factory.
Creating shoes?
Yeah, like Nike.
Putting shoes in boxes?
Yeah, shoes in boxes. Like for example,
I think my 14-year-old could handle that job for 8 hours.
Well, not 14. I'm okay. 14 years old. So would you say the 14-year-old?
My 14-year-old is 6 foot and 180 pounds. He'll kick your ass.
Grid. I get you there, Grid. But if he's
I'm a little concerned.
Yeah. But at the same time, the child labor situation, they're paying them literally pennies for this labor.
But, hold on. This is hold on. Stop. I gotta stop you. here.
Okay, go for it.
So I keep hearing that they pay them pennies. One of the best. I actually watched this article
Mm-hmm.
about how this factory worker made the equivalent of $80 a month, and the um the talking head was like, it's such a tragedy. 80. Can you imagine $80 a month?
Hey, Grid,
$80 a month is a lot of fucking money in that place.
In China?
You're at that time it was. You're looking at it through a Western lens.
Yeah, well, hold on, Grid. But the thing is, at the end of the day, a lot of these companies go to China specifically for that cheap labor. I'm saying if we bring it to the United States, they'll have to actually pay actual wages of that. But at the same time, you are for 8-year-olds.
That's why you have to have the tariff.
Yeah, sure. But you are.
I didn't say anything about 6-year-olds.
Well, that's the child labor that they have over there.
Are you sure?
Hold up.
Yeah.
Pull that up.
I'm not talking about teenagers. I'm
talking
about actual.
Pull that up for me.
Yeah. As far as the child labor.
Yeah, pull it up for me.
So, kind of real quick, are you referring to Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist?
Oliver Twist. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I was man. I was right there.
Okay, got it. Cool.
No, look, I don't. I think we have a bunch of lazy motherfuckers in this country. And I just don't think that, and I think that we sit on an ivory cloud and whine about people doing it differently than us.
Yeah, for sure, Grid. But again, I'm just saying.
But again, you say, well, they pay them pennies per day, but that might be a fair wage.
I got you there. I got you there. But I'm saying, like, for American companies that purposely go overseas.
Well, actually, and so let me help you out here a minute. Also. So most of the child labor occurs in Vietnam.
That's another example. Yeah, Vietnam is definitely.
China actually has some pretty harsh child labor laws, especially in the cities. But they also have a thing that we don't have, and that is they have a meritocracy, which means that if you want to go to a higher level of education, you have to get the fucking grades to do it. You don't get to just do it. And if you want to go, and when they have a school number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that is how they are ranked. School number 1 is the best possible school you can go to. Number 5 is the 5th possible, it's ranked 5th. Okay. And so when we talk, so in this country, we are no longer a meritocracy. We do not award people or reward people for exceptionalism at all. We act like we do, but we really don't. We punish people for excelling in almost every case.
Yeah, with taxes.
And the Chinese have simply their culture is such. I can't say they're right, wrong, or indifferent. It's not my culture, so I'm not going to comment too heavily on it. I'm just going to give you this little factoid, and that is, there's a test that they take at about high school age. If you fail that test, you will not go to college and you will not go to upper level high school. Yeah. You will go to work for a factory or something like that.
Cool.
They don't waste time on people who aren't going to put the effort in.
Yeah.
So it's a meritocracy. And we always talk about how we want a meritocracy, and you want to be rewarded for you want wages that are commensurate with your ability and all of this, but we really don't in America. We really don't. We act like we do. I do. But I don't think a lot of people do.
So
Mr. is right. The inflation is the problem the Democrats ignore, not the wage. Because again, there's several examples I can use, but I'll just tell you that $80 when I was over in China last, and this has been 15, 16 years ago, probably, because I don't go to China that much anymore. The last time I went to China, and maybe it was 12 years ago. I don't know. Last time I was in China, $80 a week, $80 a month was not bad. It wasn't good.
But it wasn't bad.
But it wasn't bad.
Gotcha.
I mean, $80 American. I'm not talking. I mean, I don't know what that translated into in China.
Yeah,
I think that would have been
the yuan. Yeah, their currency.
I think it was like 8-1 at that point. So, so it's so $80 US is what, like $640 a month. You know,
right?
But you know,
well, you definitely got me thinking about something here, Grid. So let's see. What's the age of being able to start working here in the U.S.? Do you guys know? Is it like 16?
16? I
no, that's incorrect. You can start. So children can work part time, especially in a family business, when they're like 12 or 13, something like that. But they can only work like 8 hours a week or 12 hours a week, some shit like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you're 14, don't quote me on this. I think it's 14. No, wait.
Grid, that might vary from state to state, because in Texas it's 16 when you can get your first job. So it might vary from state to state.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so I was just kind of like thinking about this.
I'm pretty sure that when you're like 14, you can work up to X number of hours, but it has to be in like a family-based business or a farm or something like that.
But as far as like a company or like if I were to work
corporately, I think 15. You can get a job at 15 here, but you need parents' permission. There's some hoops, right?
Yeah.
You can't just go do it. I think you might be able to get a job at I think there are specific job areas you can get a job at 14, but again, you'd have to have parent permission. There's only so many hours a week. You can't. You have to be in school. You have to prove you're in school.
Sure.
And I think it's only over the summer, right? Like you can't do it during the school year.
Yeah. But I assume it's in Texas anyways. I got my first job at 16. Right when I turned 16, I got my first job at Church's.
I understand.
Church's Chicken. It's fried chicken. But that's what I was saying. Like that's when I got my first
Chicken
job.
still exists.
Does it exist over there in Tennessee?
It used to. I don't know if it's here, but I remember that.
That was my first job ever at 16 years old. But yeah. So
I started working for the city in a summer youth program when I was in 8th grade. 7th, I think maybe 7th grade. So I was probably 13.
13, yeah, 16.
And I worked for the city, and it was only summer. It was a summer youth program, and they paid me minimum wage, and I could only work like 4 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Okay.
Yeah, my first job I was when I was 17. That was when I got into I was on the swim team over at my high school, and I got to get offered to clean the pool. They asked the boys on the swim team if they wanted to come out on the weekends, be able to clean our Olympic size pool. It's like 25 to 50 meters wide and long. And so I got to keep doing that on the weekend. It kept getting shorter and shorter and shrinking until I was the only person there. So I would clean like an Olympic sized pool. Every square foot of it, I'd have to be in the water, and just with a giant pole brushing all the water and all the leaves and sand into the drains, and also fishing out all the leaves there once I get all piled up. It took me like around 4 hours to do it, but because I was a good swimmer, I could just tread water for that long. That was so good. And because it started off with 15, I think it was around $10 an hour, or I can't recall, but eventually eventually started off with because I was the only one there, I eventually got $20 an hour doing it. So it was pretty good.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Because I was the only one there.
Yeah. When I was 16, I was getting paid $5.25 an hour when I first got my job.
Yeah, got it. And then I was just really ambitious to work there. So over at my old pool, I got to get my lifeguard certification. Also got some to work with the head coach a little bit more, to work with all the equipment, because a lot goes into setting up for swim meets or water polo events, moving nets, moving a bunch of goalposts, moving blocks, tents, and everything. Thankfully, I was able to do it because it's pretty strong, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed being out in that sun, and even during the cold too. And so And during like the summers when I'd have like kids working with me, I'd actually work a lot better with middle schoolers because the high schoolers, oh boy, they come and they were like wanted to just vape and just chill and do nothing. Whereas like the middle schoolers, they wanted to work, man. And I think it's just because I don't know, just didn't have any of the drug or influences, man.
Yeah, I actually think that we infantilize children too much. I think children should be able to work when they're 12 or 13 or 14 as their parents decide. I really disagree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I said that's a very interesting take about that.
Why?
Well, because I haven't heard anybody make that argument to where we should allow 12-year-olds to work. But however, when it comes to a man in the household, which I know there's not a lot of men within these broken households, I think that would make sense to kind of build some type of responsibility for a child, even though it's maybe 10 hours a week or 12 hours a week, whatever it is. I think that can build a lot of character within the environment to kind of work them. That as long as it doesn't interfere in their schoolwork, etc. Then
Well, I would speak on that actually because I was raised by a single mom. My dad wasn't around that much, so when I got into be able to get the opportunity to work and get all these responsibilities and also have this a bit of authority, it just good leadership is equal authority and responsibility at the same time. I got to learn that and build my work ethic there, and that was really foundational for me, more so than I ever got from like my dad. I appreciate him, but he just wasn't as there as often. Being able to be around my head coach, it was like a father figure to me, and be able to show me that is very valuable to me.
I just think that it's an interesting take that children shouldn't work. I think it's an even more interesting take that.
But that's the average take, Grid. Like most people would say that you can't work until you're 16.
Or idiots, so I mean,
well, I get you there, but that's the average one. When you say, you know what, let's make a kid or not make a kid.
But it used to not be that way, though. Why is it that way now? Why is it that way? Because I actually started working when I was probably 9 or 10. I raked leaves. I mowed lawns.
Same thing with my father. My father worked when he was like 14, 13 years old with his dad and dropped out of high school.
He was working when he was 12.
Yeah. But the thing is, in the new age, that's kind of unheard of, Grid. So
but it's wrong.
It's just kind of like, you know what? I think that would make sense to kind of go back to that level as long as it's under the parent's supervision. But these days, it's broken households, Grid. Like
that has nothing to do with. All right, so it's actually more important when the household's broken because every dollar matters.
Yeah, but the woman. Here's the thing: the woman is the one that's in charge, and she gets fucking financial aid from the government, Grid.
But that's now all right. That's
you see that a lot with these women.
Sure,
in fact, they get more money,
that has
the more children they pop out.
That has nothing to do with kids being infantilized by society.
Well, outside of that, I'm just saying that a lot of mothers would actually reject what you're saying, and we have a lot of single mothers that are in charge of a lot of these young boys, Grid. So that's why I'm saying, like, it does honestly, what you're saying does make a lot of sense. I think I would promote that now that I've had this conversation with you. However, there's a lot of single mothers that would not promote that at all whatsoever, Grid. Like imagine putting their little baby boy to work. A lot of mothers cannot fathom
and that's the problem, right? I mean, that's
the problem,
really the problem we're talking about. What we're really talking about is that you are not you.
Right.
The global you are seeing today that kids are infantilized until they're in their 20s, and then everybody's shocked when the kid can't handle shit.
Yeah.
Hello, right here.
They can't, they turn to drugs, they turn to alcohol. All of a sudden everything's off. Yeah, everything that was off limits last week is cool.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm thinking about this as well. If you can be able to allow a young boy, especially with all this energy, to put his energy towards working, I guarantee you he would definitely stay away from a lot of vices like alcohol and drugs and also gangs and stuff because he's preoccupied like making that money as well. I mean, it's probably why I saw a chunk of it that it was mostly middle schoolers who are probably more motivated with this. But unfortunately, just because I think with the age over at the pool that I worked at, they could only be volunteers if they were under the age of 14. So when they turn 14, then they could start getting paid with that. But going back to it, I guarantee it that's just allowing for young boys to be able to work as soon as possible would be great for them. Build that work ethic and also keep them away from like a bunch of vices and stuff.
Yeah. No, I get it. Look, I understand that we are infant. I mean, and I will always fall back on. We have 100% infantilized our youth of today. Like that, you can't get around that. It just is what it is, and we really need to change that. I mean, we have to change it. There's nothing that there's not. We can't get away from the fact that it is just ruining our country. It's ruining our youth. We've got kids these days that can't do anything for themselves. That the only thing they know how to do is play video games and
poop and shit. Yeah.
Right? Like literally, like I can now honestly say that I've actually come in contact with people who do not know how to grocery shop.
What?
Really? They don't know how to grocery shop because they literally
they don't know what to fucking buy.
They don't know what to buy. They don't know what to buy. They know how to buy. I mean, obviously they know how to buy, but they don't know how to grocery shop.
Wait, hold on. Like these are grown adults that are buying.
These are like 18, 19-year-old people starting college over here on their own for the first time that don't know how to shop for groceries.
That's gnarly.
To make food, right?
Ingredients.
They know they need food. They know what food is, but they don't know how to shop for groceries.
Okay.
They don't know how to make a budget.
I can believe
it.
They
don't know how to make a budget. They don't know what I mean, they're literally while they're walking through and this was very funny because it's actually one of my associates' friend, I guess friend's kids, but they're walking through like fucking Walmart grocery on their phone, looking up recipes because they don't know how to fucking cook. They don't know what ingredients they need. They don't know how to shop in a grocery store.
Grid, they sell a lot of frozen food products to where you can just microwave it or put it in an oven.
I'm sure that's probably what they do mostly. I'm sure that mostly they probably eat on campus.
Yeah, that too. But I mean, I don't think it's very hard.
I'm just guessing. It's just my guess.
Yeah. By the way, I hate grocery shopping, but yeah, when I grocery shop, I do a lot of frozen foods along with other ingredients, etc., to last me at least, whatever time. Because I hate grocery shopping.
Everybody hates grocery shopping, man. There's no shame in that game.
Yeah, dude, I hate going to the groceries and going a whole hour, 2 hours of fucking getting shit that, it's just annoying, bro. So, but you're saying they don't know how to grocery shop.
They don't know how to grocery shop. I actually have we had a guest in from New York, and they had never, ever like driven a car. Never driven a car.
How old were they, Grid?
Like 25.
Well, they've never driven a car. What?
They took the subway every day. They rode bicycles.
It's New York. It's New York.
They rode bicycles. They rode the subway. They walked. They didn't know. They never even rented a car. They took taxis. We're literally looking for taxis in a rural area. I'm like, there's no fucking taxis here, bro.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're from New York, though. I mean, you have to walk everywhere, and I think having a car, you can't really get to many places. It's better to just walk or just take a taxi
or take the subway. Yeah, it's like that in Austin too, to a degree. So I kind of get it. Okay. They just never
But we infantilize kids way too much.
Yeah.
Like they're not, they're not ready to deal with emotions. They're not ready to deal with anything, man. And it partially, obviously it is partially parents letting computers raise their kids. It's partially parents checking out or being kids themselves that never fucking grew up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grid, are you for a physical discipline on children when you're raising them?
As needed.
As needed. So you would be willing to spank your child if he's
sure.
Okay. Yeah. Because I've heard that argument to where a lot of them will say, well, you shouldn't hit a child ever. But when I grew up, my father fucking beat the shit out of me and my brothers, by the way, growing up when we misbehaved,
I think that there's a very, a lot of it depends on the kid, but there is an absolute correlation between kids that are nurtured and how big a fucking failure they are versus the kids who got their ass beat once in a while.
Yeah.
But are successful.
Interesting. I can believe that. I can totally believe that.
Because you understand that, well, first of all, it teaches you a couple of things. First of all, it teaches you that someone can love you and still punish you.
Yes. Yeah.
Someone can love you, and this is so you want to know why a lot of relationships don't work out with a bunch of these dumbass kids.
Why?
They've never been spanked. They've never had their mother was never mean to them.
Yeah,
they never got the belt.
Yes,
yes. Use your words, Johnny. Use your words.
Yes, Grid. I 100% agree with you on that because there's a lot of fucking kids, or especially young boys, that grow up that way to where they're more like the mother. They say, use your words, Johnny. Try to see it through the female lens and understand that perspective.
Holy fuckers, of course. $5 comes in from Mr. Boulay in the Department of Numismatics.
I'm checking this out.
University Adult 101, motherfuckers. Adult 101. My God, we've fallen.
Wow. I'm looking at this stuff right now. I'm looking at it right now. Life skills workshop for college, home, assessment, public forums. Oh, here we go.
Jake, your average dude that's never had his ass beat by his parents, or parents never, they timed him out. Maybe they took away his PlayStation. But mostly his parents just conceded to his demands. He never got paddled in school. He never really had any consequence for any of his actions. And he walks up to this girl and he says, "Hey, baby, let's go fuck." And she says, "Fuck you."
Oh, boy.
Grid. Oh,
and he doesn't know how to fucking handle it.
Grid.
He just doesn't know. He's like, whoa, what the fuck? Fuck.
Grid. I will tell you this. I was the last generation of that to a degree, because there are people my age that fall under that category. But I think the mixture of that millennials of like our early 30s guys right now, that was the mixture, right, of that. I think that's the last generation. I think Siege, you're Gen Z, right, Siege?
Yeah, Gen Z, 24.
Yeah, Gen Z. So Gen Z is actually more inclined with the mentality that you're saying nowadays, especially with the single motherhood, etc. I was born in a two-parent household, but it's like 50% of kids that were born in a broken household. And I've seen that, Grid. I think my generation is the last one. Now with Gen Z, they're pretty much raised by their mothers full on these days, Grid. So it's looking like it's going to get worse before it gets better, in my opinion.
I think it's getting better to some degree because, like, with my son is he's
raised with you, bro.
Yeah,
you're the exception
he
to
knows,
that rule.
And it's interesting because my wife very rarely punishes the boys.
Right.
As a matter of fact, and I still maintain that, and I will fight people over this. Women have no business raising kids.
Yes.
They just don't. They're too emotional.
Or
They're
disciplining
too,
kids. Grid. Would you say
or
that a woman?
disciplining them, but raising them in general.
Okay.
They're enablers. The kid doesn't need to be told, "Oh, do you want a cookie, Johnny?" The kid needs to be told, "Finish your fucking homework, asshole."
Yeah. But he's not going to get that information from the mother. He's going to get that information from the father.
Right. Yeah. The fathers are results based. We set goals. We teach men how to be men. We teach women how to be women. Women don't teach people to do anything for the most part.
That's true. That is true for the most part. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't some great educators out there that are women.
In general, Greg,
I'm talking about, no, if we're talking educator, where you're in a school setting and you can sit down, sure, okay. You can read from the book.
But even then, look at our school system. The requirements of the school system is still horrible.
I'm going to throw this out there, and people will fucking hate me for this, and I'll repeat this when we have more than 9 people on the show. But let me be frank. If I asked you who is your best teacher, who is it?
He was a male.
Right. I mean, if I say who's the teacher that helped you the most, that put you on the straight and narrow, that is the secret to you succeeding in high school?
Definitely my football coach. 100% my football coach.
Right.
Oh well, if it's not my swim coach, it would definitely be my economics teacher.
Yeah, let's just say let's leave coaches out of it. Leave coaches out of it. Just say
okay.
Say
my economic teacher who was a male.
Mm-hmm. Nobody ever remembers their female teachers, bro.
Yeah.
Unless they're smoking fucking hot and they wanted to bend them over.
I've seen that too, man. No, he's not lying. He is not lying, Siege. He's not lying. I didn't learn too much from these hot teachers that I had, but I'll tell you this, Grid. I can't tell you a male teacher that I had that helped me out because I had mostly female. But it was the coaches that I was in football, wrestling, etc., that were more of the male father figure that I had that I respected way more than the female teachers that I had when I was in high school and middle school.
If you can ask women that, you will ask women that who is your favorite teacher? What your favorite subject? It'll always be like, it was Mr. So-and-so in English, or it was Mr. So-and-so in science, or it was Mr. So-and-so in fucking whatever. And nobody ever remembers their female teachers.
Unless they're hot, like you said.
I don't. Yeah. I remember the big.
I'm just telling you right now. I mean, I don't even. I'm not even egotistical about it. I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
That if you and I'm saying I'm gonna bet it's a 90% ratio. You could ask 100 people on the street. Do a social experiment. Just walk down the street. Hey, just ask you a question. Who was the most influential teacher in your life?
And the majority would probably say a male over.
Yeah, it'll be a male. It's Mr. Kowalski. It was Mr. Thompson. It was Mr. Dean. Smith. It was what the fuck ever.
Yeah.
Well, if you have Rob Kowalski as your teacher about Christian polygyny, I don't know about that, but I get what you mean, Grid.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
I really thought Rob Kowalski when you said Kowalski.
I need to get him on the show. By the way, I want to have a conversation with that guy. But yeah, that's.
I'm just saying, man. If it's just the way it is.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree with you on that, Grid.
Yeah.
But that's why when you mentioned child labor, you said, well, why is that a bad thing? Hold on. We look at our society and it's up to 16, 17 years old, but they don't actually inherit the
at 17 years. So here's the problem. Realistically, they should be able to and ready, willing, and able to get married at 18 years old. How does a young man have enough work experience, have enough life experience, understand money, understand life, understand getting slapped in the face?
Let alone marriage, Grid. Let alone marriage. My father got married when he was 20, and he was working with
Anson Knowles. He hasn't been in a while. I don't know what the fuck happened to Anson Knowles. I have to send him a dirty message and tell him to fuck off and die and come back.
Where is he?
But Anson Knowles was married with a child at 18, bro.
Oh,
he was a father. He was a grown ass man.
Mm-hmm.
You expect people to go from being little
Children
Johnny
to a grown ass adult
in
that
6
time.
months, right? Because
Yeah.
he turned 18.
Yeah.
Fuck no.
Yeah.
That dude needed to be hauling hay when he was 14. He needed to be working with his dad 15, 16 years old. He needed to be down at the fucking burger place when he's 16, learning learning and watching actual women talking to each other.
Yeah.
And understand what bitches are and what good girls are and how what looks like a good girl can be a total fucking raving lunatic. Now you need to understand all of that, and they don't need to understand it when they're 21 fucking years old.
Yeah, I agree.
They need to understand it when they're 15, 16 years old.
Yeah, Grid, you are 100% right on that, and you kind of changed my mind a little bit on the child labor topic there a bit. To be honest, you're right. If you go turn back time, my father worked when he was 12 years old with his grandfather until he died. And my father's the best man that I could ever ask for to raise me. So I mean, what's the problem at that point, right? What is the actual problem, Grid? But yeah, I'll take the L on that.
The actual problem is that we infantilize our youth, and we've been doing it for decades. I mean, it's not a new problem.
Yeah.
We've been doing it for decades. And like my son. So I tell you, one of the proudest moments of my life was I have always told my son honestly what money is, what things cost. He's gone shopping with me. I took my son to shooting matches. He doesn't remember it, but he went to the racetrack with me.
Mm-hmm.
He went everywhere I went, and he saw how men interacted, and he has watched men be men and women be women his whole life.
Right.
And I started teaching him at 4 about guns. He literally drove cross country with me, right? Like, he's in a truck. We've been in for hours on end. It's multiple times, not once or twice, but like multiple times. And he knows what money is. He understands it on a level that other kids really doesn't. And one of the proudest moments of my life was he was in probably 3rd or 4th grade. So that makes him like 9, 10, right?
Yeah.
And he had to go. He went to this summer camp and he went 3 weeks in a row. Every Friday, which was the last day of camp, they would finish early and they would let the kids walk down to the country store and get an ice cream and a Coke or moon pie, whatever. And they suggested that you give the kid $5 to do that. Well, he didn't tell me the first week, and so my father-in-law gave him the money, and I found out about it. And I told him, I'm like, you're not supposed to ask Grandpa for money. That was wrong. Don't do that again. If you want money, you come ask me like a man, and I'll give you money. Right? Mm-hmm. So the next week, I have a picture of this. The next week, Friday comes, he hasn't asked me for any money. We're driving in the car. I'm like, what day is it? Oh, it's Friday. Oh, well, what happens on Friday? Oh, no, we're going to the country store. It's going to be great. I'm going to get moon pie. I'm going to get soda. I'm like, huh.
Well, how are you going to afford that, right?
You didn't ask me for any money. Did you ask Grandpa? And he's like, nope, I got my money. And he pulls out $3 bills and $3 in quarters that he had saved, his money. He pulled it out and showed it to me.
Yeah.
And that was like I couldn't have been more proud. Like, that was the best thing fucking ever.
So he didn't ask you for money because he already had something saved up.
He had money. He was not going to ask Dad for money because he had money. And he was proud that he had money that he had saved and earned.
Wow. That's actually amazing.
Yeah, that is a dad moment, man. I'm telling you what.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm not a dad, but definitely I'd be proud if that was my if that was my
right.
child.
And so, you know how rare that is in kids?
Very rare.
I would assume fucking rare, but yeah, I don't
Right,
have
yeah.
kids. I don't have kids,
Right.
Grid. So I
Right.
don't have
No,
to
it's really
experience that.
fucking rare. Like it's incredibly rare actually, and it's interesting because even to this day, if he wants something from me, like he wants a pair of boots or something,
Mhm.
he will literally email me the link to the boots or whatever it is
Mhm.
with how much it costs and how good it is, you know, what the quality level of the product is and why he needs it. He doesn't just say, "Oh man, I really want a pair of boots,"
Well,
and
who gives a
expect me to
fuck,
go
right?
buy it for him, right?
Yeah.
Like that's not. And a lot of times he'll come up with a way of, "Hey, I'm going to use my allowance to pay for it," because he gets a weekly allowance.
Mhm.
And he used to have a credit card. He fucked up and used a bad website that he started getting, you know, started trying to use his credit card in like Slovakia and shit. And so we shut down his credit card. And I haven't gotten him a new one. So his money's just been building up in the account. He's probably got like $500-600 in his account.
Nice. How old is he, by the way, Grid, right now?
My son's 14.
14-year-old.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, he's our like. He was.
I'd assume he's a tall, big motherfucker.
He's
Considered
6 foot,
like you.
188 pounds right now.
188.
188.
He weighs more than me.
That's cool.
He weighs more than me, bro. At 14 fucking
I
years
know,
old,
right?
He weighs more than me.
He takes my jackets. He takes my. I mean, like.
Dude, bro, I'm 170, bro. He's 188. He outweighs me by almost 20 pounds.
Yeah,
that kid.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Hell yeah.
He's solid. He's solid. And
Yeah.
but he you know, like we were talking about, you know, what happened because he's got to get through college, you know, get through high school and go to college. And we were asking him, you know, we always talk about, well, what does this cost? Where does what's the value? Where's the benefit? He wants to go to West Point.
Mhm.
So he would probably get scholarships for that. But there was this, so we were talking about college before he decided he wanted to go to West Point. He was talking about going to MIT. We're like, well, that's a really expensive school. I'm not really sure, you know, we're not really sure about that. And he's like, okay. He comes back about a week later with a plan of going into the military using the GI, going into the military, learning I forget what skill he was going to take. He was going to do 4 years, get his GI Bill, and then use the GI Bill to pay for a zero to hero ATC school, or not ATC, ATP school, and go work for an airline, and then go to MIT when he was gonna, you know, and you know, so he'd end up making, like, in 3 years he'd be making $200,000 a year or more, and then he would if he did that, you know, so let's say he was goes in at 18, gets out at
30,
22. Goes to you know, and then goes to the zero to the hero school, so he puts 20 years in with an airline. He's able to retire at 45, you know, and then he can go to MIT, or he could go to MIT, you know, while he's working. He had a whole plan, whole plan about how he was going to afford it, and then he kind of reduced that down to, I'm just going to go and I'm going to go in the military and I'm going to get the GI Bill and I'll go to MIT on that. And my wife's like, why do you keep talking about going to the military? And my son, I kid you not, said, I don't want to be a burden.
Ooh, wow.
College is expensive, and I don't want to be a burden to you and Dad.
And Grid, you know that you don't think of him that way. You will help him.
No. I mean, dude, the day he doesn't realize it. The day he turns 18, he's a millionaire.
Yeah, you stated that before. Actually, you've stated that multiple times to me.
Yeah, he doesn't know
that. Before that. Yeah.
I mean, like,
he doesn't know that.
Yeah, he doesn't know that. Why would he know that? He doesn't need to know that.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't matter, because he wants to earn it. Like he expects to earn it.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't. It annoys him that we pay for his school. Like he gets really upset if he gets a bad grade or something, because to him that's wasting our money.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
that's
hard. That's a hard thing to be mad about.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's crazy, Grid, because I never thought of it that way with my parents. Like they they would help me out, but I never thought of it as like wasting their money, even though it went to waste at times. I went to jail. My dad didn't bail me out. I had to fucking get out on my own. But at the same time, I had to live with my parents. My dad would scold me to where I wasn't allowed to go out, but I disobeyed him anyways. But that could have been a burden on him to where he would have to fucking bail me out the next time if I got caught again for that, Grid. But I am saying, like, yeah, it's a very different household. But I would say, damn, Grid, your kid is definitely like miles away from when I was 14 years old. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
100%. You know, I was trying to be a rock star. I played music, and I was a lot more liberal back then.
He plays music too. I mean, he plays guitar and violin.
Oh, really? He's a violin player.
Yeah.
Nice. Very
He
much.
plays acoustic guitar. He takes acoustic guitar, and he's taking violin in school, and he's already done two concerts with the school.
That sounds like a fucking really good kid. Very good kid.
Yeah. He's gonna be well rounded, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
So
wow,
which is the plan, right? Like and this is just exposure to the right. I mean, first of all, you have to understand he's been around like high speed dudes his whole life, right?
Yeah.
Like he never even actually realized that a lot of the like really like like he's hanging around with like fifth group soft guys that are like they're home for they're home and they're cool, but what they do for work is they go kill people. Right? Like that's what and he's just their buddy. Like they're
well,
like,
great. He doesn't live in the ghetto here, okay?
Yeah,
but,
no, he didn't do that.
But I like that. I really like the messaging that you have for these, for especially raising kids. Like I'm saying, like I love my father to death. I think he's the best father I could ever ask for. Yeah. Was he perfect? Of course not.
Oh, I'm definitely not perfect. So
yeah, nobody is. But yeah, I went to jail at one point. I had to move in with my parents. My father said that your girlfriend broke up with me or broke up with you because you're a loser living with your parents and your car is dirty, etc.
I would say that. I would 100% say that.
Well, that's what my dad told me I was.
I told my kid the other day. I'm like, well, all right. So let me tell you how last year is my, is the
Wait, you wouldn't tell your kid that?
No, I would 100%. I absolutely would.
Okay. Just like my father told me.
Last year, my my kid's always been kind of a little bit lackadaisical about. Tiki Tack sent a super chat, $10. But
Tiki Tack donated $10 super
Love
chat.
you, Tiki Tack, bro.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. So I mean, that's really cool of you, Tiki Tack. Appreciate that. And he didn't even make a comment. He just like threw it up there. It's cool.
Yeah, just support the channel.
Yeah, just to support the channel.
Yeah.
So my son, last year, I think it was, at the first of the year, he was like, he's just a kid. He wore like the same pants, or maybe it was the end of the previous year. He wore the same pants, basically, or the same type of pants every day. He wore he wore, just his shirts were never pressed; they were wrinkled.
Right.
Stain. He would come home with food stains on his shirt because he was being sloppy. And I got all up in that ass, man. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, first of all, I taught you better. It makes mom look bad. what are you doing? You know? And I tore him up pretty hardcore. Now he wears literally like my son wears a suit and tie 3 days out of the week to school. On the off day, he wears a polo or a button-down shirt and a jacket, no tie.
Yeah.
And polishes his shoes. He only wears Oxfords or dress boots. I mean, he kind of went really far the other direction, but that's great. That's great. You know, it's now we have a hard time getting him to not wear a suit. He's like, I just can't do that.
He likes the present, like being presented as the guy that wears that suit. He loves it. Dude,
just working or just like walking around the house, I promise you he will be in jeans, a t-shirt, and probably a button down of some kind. It'll probably be a flannel button down.
Yeah.
Because that's casual. But it will be a button down shirt. You will not find my son very often in a polo, a pullover, maybe a sweater, maybe like a roll neck sweater or something like that.
Sure. Especially on a cold day. Yeah.
It's just not cool. It's just not done.
I guess that's what the young kids are these days, Grid. But anyways, Grid, I gotta get going already. It's already 11:30.
I'm over time. I was just kind of hanging out because we're having a great
dude. This is awesome. We're literally hitting on 4 hours in about 20 minutes. So
oh really? Jeez.
Yeah, dude.
I can't believe that Andrew and
are they still going on?
Alex are still going at it because Alex looks really lost. I saw a comment by Mr. E in the chat that he was that Alex was just like phoning it in or using chat GTP, reading straight from chat GTP or something.
They are still going on. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, I can't believe this has gone on that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I was just looking at the chat while having this muted just so I could guard the chats. And I was mostly focusing on the discussion here because I'm enjoying this one more. But yeah, I totally agree with the whole, let's see, not allowing our young guys to be able to grow. And I'll just get my takes on it. I wish I had been able to get to work a lot sooner. Like I said, I got to start my first job at 17. Wish I had been able to do it sooner because I got on to get my first job. I was just motivated to just get more work and get more responsibility and get more authority. Wish I'd done that earlier, but yeah, just for me personally, it was just my parents were divorced. I was with my mom. She was moving us all around the Florida and stuff. They're always fighting with one another and never could have that level of stability there. I can't really blame my parents. I definitely thank them for a lot of my stuff, like my fitness, my agility, and they did their best. Like I was listening to his podcast with Michael Sartain and Justin Waller, just discussing about how their dad's going to sacrifice a lot as like 9 to 5 to be able to give them the opportunities to be able to become successor. And I agree that my dad he got into he's like 50 years older than me, and he's like gone to work as a bartender, just long hours at Universal Studios, so he could be able to pay for his house and be able to pay for child support and stuff. A lot of stuff out there, and I thank him for all of that. But
I think you should. I think it's poor form for kids to blame their parents, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, it's okay for other adults to blame your parents while it's happening, but once you become an adult, you shouldn't blame your parents. It's like it's just poor form. It's not. You're an adult now. Go fix your shit.
Agreed.
Oh, my parents didn't hug me enough. Well, fuck you.
Fuck you. Fuck you, motherfucker. How about you fucking just take...
I wouldn't hug you either, you sorry.
Exactly. Be grateful that you had parents in the first place.
Right, yeah. I think it's okay for outsiders looking in to say, hey, you're a fucking helicopter parent. Land that fucking chopper and let them go do shit. Siege, you know, I hear what you're saying, man, and I get that. I've seen that a lot, and I understand it. But, you know, I think it's not just going to work. It's being able to work from an early age and understand what work is, what expectations are, what, you know, if you know why you won't get paid. Why? Well, there's so many people these days that are like, well, I don't understand why I'm not paid $30 an hour. Well, because you don't do a $30 an hour fucking job, asshole.
Yeah, $15 an hour is what they want to put the minimum wage these days.
Yeah, I mean, I used to rake leaves for 10 cents a industrial garbage bag.
By the way, you would advocate to eliminate the minimum wage completely, right? Because
minimum wage? No, I'm okay with minimum wage. I think minimum wage is fine. Because I think that most jobs pay over minimum wage anyway.
Anyways, yeah. So why?
And if you are working for minimum wage, you have clearly fucked up.
Yeah, but outside of that, there's a lot of teenagers, like in high school kids.
Sure.
Yeah. So my point is, I don't think there's a point to minimum wage in general. Like, what's the a lot of jobs pay over, not mom and pop jobs, but they pay over the minimum wage. And I would say, just eliminate it completely.
I like the idea of a minimum wage strictly from the point of view that it allows people to understand what a job is while earning a little bit of money, right? Like so it's just like the lowest point. I'm okay with minimum wage being the minimum for literally 13-year-old, 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old kids.
Okay, but that's different though, Grid. When I was in like, for example, when COVID hit, bro, there was a fast food jobs that were hitting $15 an hour starting wage.
Sure. And they are here. Like right now, I think if you walk in as an unskilled swinging dick off the street, I think they start you at like $15, $16 an hour.
But even high school kids can do that fucking job.
Right. I know.
And they're getting paid 15. That's crazy. I would say, you don't need a minimum. Well, I don't think there's a minimum wage over there, but I'm saying like there's no need for it at all. Just get rid of it. Democrats use this as a staple point of saying that you need a $15 minimum wage just so people can survive. That's a lie, obviously.
Well, all right, so basically, I disagree with a minimum wage being I don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Greg.
Very interesting. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Because on the one hand, I disagree with the idea of a minimum wage being anything for adults, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. So who cares about the minimum wage in general? Let's get rid of it.
Well, I mean, there literally is... Cheryl says, as a manager of Taco Bell in Oklahoma, she gets paid about $16 an hour. Wow, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible, but that's not that is bad. But you know what? That's not bad if you were in Texas, especially South Texas. That's a pretty good wage because our wage of living down here is not as high.
So let me explain my thinking here. Let me explain my thinking because I'm sorry that we're so deep into the show because I was just trying to wrap it up, but I want to explain it.
Wrap it up soon. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll just back this shit up. No, it's fine. It's fine. The problem with minimum wage is that the government uses the minimum wage as a standard for paying their employees. So if minimum wage is $8 an hour or $7, whatever the fuck it is now, $7.75, whatever it is.
Yeah.
For the average .gov job, you start X amount over that.
Yeah.
Right. So whereas I truly believe that all 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old kids, 16-year-old kids should have the experience.
I see your point. Okay.
Of earning $3.25 an hour, and actually an hour of actual fucking work.
Right.
while I believe that that is a real thing, if you eliminate the minimum wage, then if you eliminated it, it would wreak havoc with a lot of different things. I'm on the fence about the minimum. The minimum wage thing is annoying to me, right? Because it's how government jobs are based, right? Like you're just like your job, right? You do whatever you do.
Work. Yeah.
Yeah. So you do whatever you do, and so they come up with your salary based on minimum wage times X,
whatever it is. But I'm well above the minimal.
Right. So let's say that they consider you a skilled, trained employee, and so your minimum wage times 2.5x, right?
Okay.
So if if it's $7.75, it's you're making $18-20 an hour. If it's or if you're 3x, it's $21 an hour. If it whatever it is, whatever the number is.
Sure.
And so that's how they do that, right? That's how they come up with, and it's really only important for government people, or to show the government that you are a equal opportunity employer, because you can say, look, we start everybody at $2 above minimum wage, right, or whatever. So it's a metric that's relatively meaningless. The only problem I have with it is a kid can start a job at almost $10 an hour when they're doing it at $3, but that's kind of irrelevant. But then on the other side of that, a grown ass man who gets out of jail, walks down the street, walks into a Taco Bell or whatever, and says,
applies.
I'm fresh out. I need a job. He can make $7 or $8 an hour, whatever it is, right out of the gate.
Like the high school kid.
Yeah, just like the high school kid, but he's a grown ass man. So I don't know. I mean, I don't. The problem.
That perspective. Okay.
Yeah, my problem with the minimum wage is that it's too universal, applies to too many different people. I would much rather have, if you are under the age of 18.
Yeah.
This is the minimum. Or if you're a criminal and you're getting your life back together, then maybe just like a government employee, you get minimum wage times 1.5, right? So if minimum wage is $7 an hour. You need money. You got to have an apartment. We don't want you to become a criminal again. So your actual minimum wage is $10 an hour.
Sure.
Or $13 an hour.
A little bit more than the high school kid.
Sure. Right.
I see your point.
That's really complex and it's really hard to manage. So there's no easy way to implement it. Right. So I'm the wrong person to ask about it because I'm so divided on the issue.
That's an interesting point, Grid. I would tell you this. For me personally, I think you just get rid of the fucking minimum wage altogether. But however, you bring up a good point to where it's like, if there's a minimum wage specifically for children or high school kids, as well as like maybe criminals, etc., I could buy into that. Maybe that. But as far as like when it comes to most jobs, they pay over the minimum wage already. Depending on their labor, etc. So I don't find it to be even accessible at this point.
Yeah, but I mean, so we have very specific problems in this country that we spend a shit ton of money fixing that never get fixed. For example, let's say that you're an 11 Bravo, you're a rifleman, right? You get out, you have no fucking skills.
Okay.
All the Army has taught you is to carry a fucking gun.
Okay.
But you're a veteran and you need a job.
Right.
Most of the time, those guys end up on some program that's supplementing their income because they're a rifleman and they don't have any marketable skills except shooting people.
Yeah.
And digging trenches and following orders.
Not a very good skill for civilian.
It's not a great skill set.
Yeah, for civilian life. I get it. Yeah.
Right. So, but that guy's trainable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, got some other stuff. So if maybe maybe that guy, instead of giving the guy a supplement that runs out, you just say, hey, if you're going to hire a vet, you have I don't care what job it is. It'd be hauling trash out of King Super
garbage
or
bin,
whatever.
right?
Working in a grocery store, working at Walmart, whatever the minimum, whatever the starting wage is there. And I would not use minimum wage. I said whatever the starting wage is. So man off the street walks in, the starting wage is $10 an hour. You pay that guy 15 or 20, and maybe you get a little bit of a tax cut on the back end.
Okay, that's the attempted. That's the benefit of hiring.
You make it advantageous to hire these guys that probably wouldn't get hired, and that gives them the ability to go get training or to become a valuable. I'm all about making it easy for people to become a valuable member of society, but I don't want to give handouts. I don't want the thing that's really annoying to me is that we have these programs set up for people, but then the money runs out. There was never enough money there for them to actually succeed anyway. Right? Like you're not going to kickstart your life on a minimum wage job plus $100 a month from the fucking VA fund. And you're just not going to do that. You just aren't.
Yeah. I
agree. So as we, so we got to get rid of the supplements. We got to get rid of the subsidies, and we got to get rid of all that nonsense. We need to make it advantageous for people to hire people that are in general more or less adults in a less than ideal situation, ex-con, military, and a weird skill set military guy, things like that. But you just can't look, I'm not into handouts, man. I want people to earn it. I want, but and I think the idea of I think it's a much better idea to encourage companies through tax incentives and that sort of thing, and things that don't run out. Again, I've seen so many programs where these guys get 6 months of money, right? And they're living hand to mouth anyway, right? Like they're not living in the fucking Ritz-Carlton. They're a lot of these guys are, living in shitty little apartments. They can barely afford anything. And the next thing you know, the money runs out.
That's true. No, that's 100% true, Grid. But yeah, you're right on that. I think there's some nuance to kind of break down that situation, especially.
Yeah, I'm talking in a very global sense, right? Like I'm not picking on anyone else. I'm not picking on any specific person or any specific path. I'm just saying that one of the problems that a lot of people have in society is not that they grow up, they get a job, they go to college, they get a college degree, and they move out.
Right.
The biggest problem they have is they don't even know how to get a fucking job. When they get a job, they don't know how to manage a job. Their parents have never told them shit.
Yeah.
They've never, and while they're learning it, that's bad. But then on the other side of that, you have guys that have had a bad break, right? Like you went to jail, right? You end up you end up you get out of the military and you don't have no savings. You've got a little bit of money, and the unions do train people while they're learning a trade. That's for sure. The apprenticeship programs, but I would rather my tax dollars fund. Or not fund. I'd rather my tax dollars be used to develop actual programs that work rather than handout programs that they're only good for the length of time that you can give it to the guys. You never give the guy there's never enough money for those guys to actually get out on their own. We see it the same thing with women, right? Battered women, right? So, some woman goes out. My wife, my mom used to help
the
battered women, right? And so they would stay with us, and so I got to see a lot of this thing coming up as I was growing up. Very familiar with the circumstances. I'm very familiar with the whole thing. And these women would get help from from a lot of different places, but the money always ran out. They were always in this flux where they couldn't really help themselves. They're not making enough to help themselves. The government, the money the government gives them gets them by, but then there's always a time limit, 6 months, 3 months, 9 months, whatever it is, and then the money's gone. And it's not like they could save money. It's not like they could build up a nest egg so that they had a little room, a little cushion. And that's why you see all of these people just constantly having to go back into these programs. Right. Ticky tack's right. Government programs need to teach people to fish, not give them fish.
Yes.
We don't need to have a program that just cuts you a check every month. We need a program that encourages employers to allow you to earn a check every month.
Would you support a program from the government that says, okay, instead of doing handouts to homeless people, we're going to give you an opportunity to work, and the more you work, then therefore we'll give you some type of benefits to help you out in order to get it to an
it's like so I would agree with that.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite programs ever was the CCC.
Okay. CCC, what is that?
Civilian Conservation Corps.
Okay.
It was men only. You had to sign when you joined, you had to sign that you were not going to there were no women, no drugs, no alcohol, and you couldn't run away. And it was, you basically built government buildings and they built roads, they repaired roads, they built bridges. They did all of these work projects that the government was going to have to pay for. And they lived in camps, all men and some boys. I think you had to be 18, to be there.
Okay.
And if you ran away, you couldn't come back. If you stole, they'd kick you out. You had to be, you had to be a human being. Right?
Yeah.
And they built a lot of really cool stuff throughout the South. And it was a great program because it allowed men to work and eat and get healthy again and have a job. And, they didn't actually get paid that much, but they were able to learn skills.
Right.
So when they left the program, they now had a marketable skill, an actual marketable skill that they could go out and say, I know how to build a building.
Is that program alive today?
No.
Is that still a thing?
No,
it's not. It's not. So we have our prisoners right now that don't do any type of like skilled labor of building buildings.
Yeah, we don't do that anymore either. But these were not prisoners. These were just people this was back because there was no money. People were starving. This is like Depression era shit. And it did a lot of different things. It taught people to trade. It kept people out of trouble. The rules were really strict, and it was a really great and it's often represented as a socialist program because FDR did it.
Oh, okay.
Right, and he was a big socialist.
Yeah.
And you can argue successfully that it is a type of communism, right? Because you basically, they're building for the government. They're not getting paid. They're not getting paid, right? I mean, they get paid a little bit, not much.
Well, we're talking about like convicts, right? A grid.
Yeah.
Like
No. These were just poor people.
Oh, okay. Well, nevertheless, like homeless,
And
etc.
kids, yeah, homeless people, kids, people
Yeah,
had lost everything in life.
yeah.
The
I
factory
don't.
they were working in shut down. Very similar to what's going on in today's society. And the government needed buildings built, they needed roads fixed, they needed all of these things done that cost money.
Right.
So you have an abundance of labor
That isn't being utilized. Actually,
that
Grid,
isn't being utilized.
would you say that why not utilize that type of labor instead of bringing in illegal
I,
immigrants?
oh, I
If
100% believe. Yeah, yeah. No, I would
if you
rather.
can utilize the homeless
Mhm.
and have cheap labor on them, even though they're U.S. citizens, as long as they're U.S. citizens, I think I would get behind that over having cheap labor overseas.
Yeah, yeah. I
You
mean,
know,
that's yeah. No, I agree with you. I mean, I think that I think programs like that work.
which
If
don't
we're
exist
going to
today,
have
right, Grid?
programs, if we're going to have programs, first of all, they can't be giveaway. They
Uh huh.
cannot. We cannot have programs that simply make the problem worse.
Right.
They have fat in them. The that encourage that allow bad behavior, that have
Mhm.
a low standard of living. It's like all of the government programs for the homeless. They don't do anything to stop homelessness,
Yeah. Correct. Correct.
right? And everyone's like, what, and it's weird because I see all of it. I'm in a bunch of groups because I own houses and stuff, and I'll see like this abandoned property come up for sale, and some jackass, just every single time, some jackass will. Well, if only they could use it for the homeless, they should just that person should donate that to the government and let the homeless people live there, and then that would solve our homeless problem. All these abandoned houses
Oh,
or
this is bullshit.
warehouses,
Right.
and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's first of all, it's somebody's fucking property. Second,
You're talking about giving it away for free
yeah,
because
why
somebody's homeless. Yeah.
nobody values anything they get for free.
Right. Exactly. Exactly, Grid. You see that a lot, especially with the housing situation where somebody doesn't have to pay as much rent
Yeah.
because the government pays off the housing. They're not as likely to keep
Yeah,
the
the
property
Jimmy
as
Carter project. What was that called? That was where they went out and built houses in these
I'll
communities
look
and
it up.
gave them to
yeah,
people.
yeah, in order to provide for to build houses for
Low income
the
families
low
was
income
the was
families.
the was the was the idea, but it was a lot of homeless people, a lot of people that
Yeah.
couldn't afford. And Jimmy Carter famously, went out and Habitat for Humanity.
Oh, okay. There you go. Habitat for Humanity.
God, you
Habitat
beat
for
me to
Humanity.
it.
I mean, Habitat for Humanity kind of worked, but it was also a pretty big failure, right?
Hmm.
It made you feel good, but it
Yeah.
didn't accomplish anything, really. So look, I mean, if you want to solve these problems, the problems can never be solved because some people just want to be homeless.
Yeah.
Some
Well, they're
people are
lazy,
fucking
Grid, right?
insane. Yeah, some
Yeah.
people are fucking insane.
Yeah.
I actually have a member of my stepdad's family, uh, who was fucking nuts, and he lived half the year or more in a tent in tents and just fucking out in the just around just in the bushes off the fucking highway or wherever he could. He would just live there, and he didn't want to live he didn't want a home. He didn't want any of that. That's just what he wanted to do. He
Yeah.
go get drunk and fuck off in the woods. And then it would get cold, and then he would go and they would put him in a homeless shelter, and then they would set him up with some apartment at one of the we have a surplus of money here in our state, so a lot of it goes to actual housing for the unhealthy and
Sure.
and that sort of thing. And they would get him into these hospices or whatever, and he would stay until it got warm again, and then he'd fuck off to the woods again.
Well,
And that's the way he wanted to live his life.
Yeah.
He was never gonna have he would work. He would work some jobs, you know, and he liked to work for the county. He liked as a guy picking trash up off the side of the road, or weed eating, or shit where nobody bothered him, and he could just fuck off all day and just weed eat and pick up trash and be outside and just he just wanted to fuck off.
Yeah.
And he was able to make that work. I think he's dead now. We don't know. Nobody. It's not like he has a cell phone.
Right.
It's not like he has an address that we can go check out. Right.
For sure, good.
But so I mean, look, some people just want to live that way, and you're never going to solve that problem. Nobody wants to live like. Not everybody wants to live like you and I.
I agree with that, Grid. 100%. Like that's what the case is. But I'll tell you this, Grid. Very interesting conversation that we had with us. I already got to get going, Grid, man.
I got to go to bed, man.
We hit 4. By the way, Grid, we hit 4 fucking hours of convo on your show.
It was pretty good too.
4 fucking hours. 4 fucking hours.
I think they're still going over on the debate. Let me see.
Are they? Yeah, I think they are. Hold on.
Oh yeah, it's an after show.
Andrew's fucked off out of there.
Yeah, it's an after show. It's with Michelle, Nick, and Glenn over there.
Yeah.
Right on.
Hey, Grid, are you available to stay on after this? Just want to inform you about some stuff, as well as Jake too. Like after stream ends.
I can stay for a couple of minutes.
I need to crash out. I got work in the morning, but you guys can do your thing, man.
Yeah, Jake. I'm sorry I kept you on so late. I didn't realize you had to.
No, here's the thing. I stayed up because the conversation was this good. I did not expect to go 4 hours with you, Grid. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, Jake, Rob Noerr, but you did well.
I was pretty good.
I feel bad for Rob Noerr. I wish I knew where he lived. I'd send him a fruit basket or some shit. I feel bad for him being
for
sick.
Sure. Was that a pretty good replacement for Rob Noerr at least?
Oh, dude, it's been a great show. I mean, it's kind of better that it wasn't Rob because, we had I think the most we had on tonight was 25.
Yeah.
And
well,
that's
you have
pretty
competition
low attendance because we had 2 different debates going on, all kinds of shit. So.
Yeah, exactly. So Grid, it was actually pretty good because you can re-advertise Rob Noerr again for the show because you had to compete with Andrew Wilson versus Alex on tonight's debate. So I think it was good for to get replaced, to be honest.
Yeah.
So that way you can get Rob on a different show.
Yep. All right. Well, Jake, any last words for the few remaining people here?
Yeah, guys. I'll just leave it at this. Thank you, Grid, for inviting me on. I'm glad I was a more or less pretty good replacement for Rob Noerr, who is
feeling great.
Yeah, thank you, man. And I love Rob, by the way. Love Rob Noerr, great fucking debater. Would love to have a convo with him one of these days. But yeah, Grid, thank you so much for fucking inviting me on. And with that being said, I got to fucking crash out and wake up for work tomorrow.
Why are you still here? Stop talking. Go away.
All right. Grid, I salute you. Siege, thank you so much, man, for coming on. And I'll catch you guys. I'll catch you guys in the next one, man. Peace.
All right, good to see you, Jake.
All right, Siege, any last words?
Let's see. Thanks for having me on as always, Grid. Definitely good to be able to hear this discussion. Maybe I'll watch a little bit more of the debates, but more so of a discussion guy as opposed to a debate guy. So I got a lot of value out of listening to you and Jake here for sure, man.
Cool. Guys, I'm tired, and I'm going to take a couple minutes here with Siege. I might jump over onto to Glenn's panel there or show for a minute just to hang out with him. But you guys, I'm not going to send you anywhere tonight. I'm not rating anybody, and I'm not even going to do the Andrew Wilson thing. Old Joe, good to see you in the chat. Mr. Smoking Spaceman, Mr. Boulay, Ticky Tack, and all the rest of you guys. I know I'm missing some people.
13. Yep.
13. All you guys are the tops. Really appreciate everybody being here. It actually has been a really good conversation, and I'm super happy for the show tonight. It went well. The rest of you guys that I didn't name, I'm sorry. I'm just really tired. I'm just tired. So, K2, keep on trucking. You have a great rest of your night as well. And everybody, just go have a great night. You will see me tomorrow night for the chill stream. It's going to be on is talking about sex, romanticism, and intimacy degenerate. It's going to be a great show. We're going to have some really cool people on. And in the meantime, I'm going to hit the off button and I'm going to disappear. See you.
If you marry somebody and neither one of you have anything and you build $300 million together, you deserve half. But Johnny was $300 million in when they met, and I'm quite sure she knew. And Johnny, hey, I'm Johnny. She was like, I know who you are, motherfucker. And they got married, broke up, shit didn't work out, and then he had to give $150 million of his money. And don't get me wrong, ladies, I know a lot of housewives sitting out there going, well, you can't put a price on what I do. But ladies, if you marry a man with $300 million, you ain't no regular housewife. You ain't got to clean the house no more. You get a maid. You ain't cleaning shit. You married a man with $300 million, you ain't cooking no more, you eating out. You married a man with $300 million, you know how a lot of housewives got to get jobs on the side to help make ends meet? He got $300 million, the ends are meeting like a motherfucker. What you gonna do, get a job at a boutique on the weekends and shit? Say, here, Johnny, I made $70, put that with the rest. Now we have $300 million and $70, because I want to do my share. No, all you have to do, you marry a man with $300 million, is fuck your husband. That's it, that's your job. Fuck your husband, that's it. That's just fuck your husband. You fill out a W-2. They say, what you do? You say, I fuck my husband. That's it. And I've had my share of pussy. I have yet. Even if the pussy was great and sparks shot out the woman's ass and cannons bled and the mountains crumbled and the seas roared, no pussy is worth $150 million. No pussy. So be careful. Don't get caught in the trap. Any woman can get any man she wants. If she puts her mind and pussy to it, they can have you. Because they have figured us out. We're very